So everything that you guys see today here with me on the live stream, you will be able to actually see it in a replay. I'll be giving the links out to you guys within 24 to 48 hours after we do the live stream. You guys also received a perk by signing up in the beginning, which I appreciate you guys supporting me. So I'm going to actually, the unit that we're going to create today, I'm going to create you guys a styling video. And this video in this unit that we're making is going to be of the Bella unit. It's one of my top selling units. You guys know, always talk about easy wear units. Like, that's my thing. I love the easy wear unit. Well, the easiest wear unit is going to be a closure. That's going to be your go-to. So that's what we're going to do today. It's going to be beginner friendly. And this is a great way to start. Now, we'll tell you, some of you are probably like, well, I really want to learn how to make a frontal. When you get the closure, the frontal is going to be easy because everything else is the same besides the way that you would lay the frontal on, okay? And that will be another class that I won't necessarily probably be doing live, but I will be making a digital course for that class. And it's pretty detailed, and you guys are going to see basically everything like today. So let's go ahead and get into it. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Ray. I also go by Wig Making A. Let me see if I can zoom this camera just a little bit, maybe. I feel like I'm far away, but maybe not. Okay, I can zoom in some. My name is Ray. I also go by Wig Making A. I am the creative director for an educator for the Hair Rich Club. Hair Rich Club was established in 2016. It was an extension of another business that I had actually created back in 2006. It actually was my third salon. With that being said, I am a licensed stylist. I still am a licensed stylist of 22 years now. And I retired myself from behind the chair in 2020. The reason why I wanted to come from behind the chair, I was just kind of burnt out on the hair industry. I was a little bit overwhelmed with the customer base, and I just wanted something new. I was tired of standing on my feet and without overly complaining. Like I said, I just needed something new. So at the end of my hairstyling journey, I decided to, of course, stay in the industry, but I wanted to educate. And I said, well, I can make wigs. I knew that I could make more money making wigs with less stress. And that's what I did. I moved to Dallas last year. We've been down here a year and a half, literally 6 months after I came from behind the chair. We relocated to Dallas. I did not have one online sale, okay? And I'm saying this to you guys who are wanting to come from behind the chair to let you know that it's definitely possible. You have to step out on faith and you have to work extremely hard, but it's possible. I was nervous as hell, and I was like, you know what? I can do this. When I first got here, I was a little bit in a slump because I could not believe that I left making money to come into Dallas and not knowing anybody or making a dime. I started putting my foot to the ground. I put the pedal to the metal, and I started to build my customer base. As you guys know, I'm completely online. I do not service anybody in my space at all. I don't do installs, even though I'm kind of dibbling a little bit with it, but I'm really fully not back into doing installs for people. So this is my main source of business, selling wigs and educating ebooks. So I just want to let you guys, like I said, you can do it too if this is what you want to do. I do have some ebooks available on my website that you can purchase, telling you how to help you start a wig business, how to shift from behind a chair, actually telling you the things that I did to prepare myself to come from behind the chair and the things that you definitely want to do, because it just made it easier. I think sometimes we just overthink it a little bit too much. And if we just plan it properly, it can be done. And with God, let's not forget that, because we have to understand that He is our number one source. Okay. But without getting too overwhelmed and long-winded about me, we're going to go ahead and get into the wig making course, because that's what we're here for today. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. A little bit before 11 o'clock, we'll have like an open discussion. If you guys want to ask questions about what you learned thus far, then you can feel free to ask questions. This class will go until about, I'm going to say maybe 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you need to go away, it's okay. Remember that it will be recorded, so you will be able to come back and watch it at your leisure, okay? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let me get my notes and we're gonna go ahead and get started. So first things first, I wanted to go ahead and bleach the knots. I always like to bleach my knots in the beginning. This process that I'm showing you guys is totally up to you, but these are just the steps that I do. And the reason why I do it is because when I get done making my wig, I want to be completely finished. Like there's nothing worse than feeling like, oh, I finally completed my wig, but I still got to go back and bleach my knots. I still got to go back and pluck my lace. I don't like doing any of that. And that was just trial and error that I figured worked for me. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how I do it. You can feel free to take pictures. You can feel free to screenshot me, of course, while I'm on here. I just ask that you do not share the video to Facebook and any of the recordings. But if you want to post pictures of what you need, showing you little stuff, I'm totally fine with that. Okay. So when it comes to my lightener, I'm very specific about what I use. And I'll come up to the camera so you guys can see. I use a product called Swarthcroft. It's kind of hard to say. I figure it got to be definitely made right in like Italy or something. But it's called Swarthcroft Blondie, and it says bond enforcing on there, and it lists up to 9 levels. This is the same lightener that I use when I am actually bleaching my knots, and I use this on my hair when I'm lightening my hair. This lightener is amazing, and like I said, it lists up to 9 levels. Another thing that you guys notice is what I'm very specific about. If you don't want to use Swarthcroft lightener because it is a little bit more expensive, but like I said, it's very quality, you just want to make sure that your lightener is a blue or a purple color. Okay. The reason why is because the blue or the purple is going to help dilute any of the brassy, orangey undertones that may come from you bleaching your knots. However, there is something that you can do, and we won't be doing it today because we are using our blue lightener. But if you happen, and this is a pro tip for you guys, if you happen to just only have white lightener, that's perfectly fine. You can still use your white lightener, but you do want to make sure that you have a T18 that's made by Clairol, and it has a blue base to it. And you'll just like tint the back of the lace after you bleach the knots. Okay. And that'll probably be a YouTube that I'll do on bleaching knots because I have used that technique before, especially like if I over bleach. But I'm going to be very specific not to do that today so we don't have to go back over that because it's just extra time. So we're going to take our tint bowl, and you can use like a plastic bowl or whatnot. And I actually put my lightener in here, and I'm just going to scoop out some. Now, I don't have a particular measurement because I'm sure you guys want to know, like, well, how much do you use? I look for a consistency versus me having a particular measurement. I'll scoop my lightener out in there. I'm using a 30 volume developer. Come in so you guys can see that. It says 30 volume on it. I'm going to turn this light down just a little bit. It's really bright. We got the 30 volume developer. I put all my stuff in like little bottles to the side just to make it a little bit more neater. But I do get the developer from Sally's. You do not have to go out. Like some people in the beginning, I was using the same developer of the actual product that I was using, but that can get a little pricey. You can literally get a gallon of developer from Sally's. I think it may be like $15 if it's that much. So I wanted to also show you guys how you can save money, okay? Because wig making can get very expensive. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start putting our product in. Like I said, I don't use a certain amount of measurements. I just look for consistency. Okay, y'all see that? So then I start to stir it up. The consistency that I'm looking for is going to be like a pudding. So once I see it's like this, so I don't ever like over extremely pour. So like right now it's not like pudding. It's like dried up cake batter or something, right? I'm going to put a little bit more lightener in it. And this is why you want to take your time. Especially because we're not using measurements. We're looking for a consistency. You want to take your time when you're putting it in there. So then I just start to stir more until I get the consistency. The consistency that you guys want to look for is going to be like a pudding consistency. You want it to be thin enough that it can move, but you also want it to still be thick enough that it won't just drop off of the utensil that you're using. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. I'm going to continue to stir. And I have a pudding consistency. And this is what I mean when I say you want it to be thick enough to move, but also still thick enough that it won't just drop off of what you're using. The biggest reason why a lot of people mess up and over bleach their knots is because they make their product too thin. Okay. So you guys can see that it's still movable. It's still very pliable. And I would say, instead of pudding, because pudding is a little bit kind of like wet, you want it to be like cake icing. Okay. This looks like cake icing to me. Okay. So from there, I like to use a spoon, you guys. And I'm really just telling you what I do. None of this is law. But I like to use a spoon because it's something about the curvature of the shape of the spoon that allows the product to guide on your lace easier, especially on frontals. Even though we're doing a closure today, when you do a frontal, like, because it's so long, you'll see like that spoon is just going to, it gives every time. So let me remove my laptop. And Trisha is actually dropping the links in the description for you guys. In my Amazon tool link, that product is on there. I created a list for you guys of all the things that I use. And honestly, I get a lot of stuff from Amazon. And the reason why is because once COVID hit, a lot of the supply stores did not have some of the stuff that I was using. So I had to find, other places that I can get it. So Amazon, I found the shops that I found were the most affordable that I found on Amazon. Let me get a pair of gloves because I know it's some stylists on here and we definitely want to be careful. So you want to make sure you have some gloves. Just so you could protect your hands. And I'll be honest, y'all, I don't always use gloves, but I make sure I don't get it on my hands, though. But put you some gloves on and go ahead and clean up after yourself. Okay? So, let me come up to the camera for you guys. Show you guys a couple of little tricks right quick. So, first things first. Usually when you get your front or whatnot, depending on who it's coming from, sometimes they can have like little hairs that's kind of going towards the front, which are like your baby hairs, or it can just be like this. But what you ultimately want to do is you want to make sure that those hairs that are there, you want to kind of make sure that they're pulled back. So originally, when I first started doing this, I would wet them. And then I noticed that they would be too wet. So then I started doing this. I take some hairspray. It doesn't really matter what hairspray you use, but I just use Kimber products, so that's what I have. I'm going to spray the hairspray on the hairline. I'm going to take a comb. I'm just going to comb it back. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm just getting the hair out of the way so that when I bleach the knots, those hairs won't stand a chance of like being up in the bleach, if that makes sense. Okay. So I do that, and that's real simple. You want to do that on your frontals too. And like I said, it doesn't have to be any particular hairspray. You can use whatever you have. And we're going to go ahead and bleach the knots. Now, since I'm trying to show you guys for the camera, I'm going to bleach this way away from me. But however, in real life, this is how I bleach. I will bleach towards me. I will hold the lace in my hand like this, and I will be bleaching like this. Okay? But I want you guys to be able to see it a little more. So I'm going to take my bleach or my lightener. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the back of my spoon. Now, I'm very particular about how I do a little bit of everything, okay? So when I put it on the back of my spoon, I'm being particular to put it on a certain side. Notice that the entire spoon is not covered with lightener. And the reason why is because the side that does have the lightener on it, that's the side that's going to touch the frontal first. And from there, I'm going to press and push back or push away from me, okay? So I'm going to take it and I'm going to place it on and I'm going to push away. Okay, just like that. Got some little hairs. I'm gonna come back in. I'm gonna scoop up more. And I the same process the whole time. And this is why you want to make sure that your lightener is thick enough, because if it's not, then it'll be too runny, and that's how you're going to get that over bleached effect on your knots and on your hair. So then you take it, and you don't have to worry about how heavy you are with your hand when it's a little bit thicker. You take it and just press it and slide it back. Notice it's just like cake, like cake icing. Slide it back. You want to make sure that you get all of the knots covered. And once you do get all of the knots covered, I don't want you to continue to keep going over it. I have seen people where once they get it laid, they'll keep going over it and keep going over it and keep going over it. A lot of times what you do when you do that is you create air bubbles, and it's like you're removing it, and that's why you got to keep going over it. So once you lay it, just keep going. So I usually do the back half first, and then I come back and I do my front part last. Now, I started doing that originally because I was not that confident and that fast with bleaching, but now I don't necessarily always have to do it, but I'm going to show you guys like a beginner. So I'm going to put it on there. And you do want to kind of be light with your hand, but it's kind of like you give it a little bit of a firm press. But if the lightener is not too runny, then you don't have to worry about it like falling through and over bleaching. So now I got it on there. It's completely smooth and it's laid. I'm going to show you guys what else I look for after I bleach the knots. After I lighten the knots or get the bleach on there, I always turn it around to myself. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking to make sure. Oh God. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Hold on. Can you guys see me and hear me? Okay. I just see my computer saying that my connection was lost. If the connection is lost, guys, you can always click right back in, just so you know. Okay. So what I'm looking for when I turn it around to myself, normally this would be facing me. I'm looking to make sure that all the knots are bleached up to the hairline. If I don't do that, then I'll come back. Okay. Like somebody maybe want to be particular and get right there. It's not any hair right there where our hole is. But just to be on the safe side, I'm definitely going to come over here a little bit more. Because can you see that? That little bit of hair right there. You want to make sure that you get it off. Okay. Got it. Okay. Now, after you bleach the knots, this is just another pro tip. You do not have to do this, okay? You can use, okay, let me say what you can do before I tell you the tip that you can do. So after you bleach the knots, you just want to let it sit for about 20 to 30 minutes. That's going to be totally based on your vendor. Some knots don't bleach as well. So with that being said, you may have to let it sit on longer. I've had units where the vendor's knots didn't bleach that good at all, and I may go back and do it one more time. But if you do it twice and it's not lifting and the knots are not lifting like they should, I would not suggest that you do it again, because you have to think when you lighten the knots, you're weakening the lace in the hair. So you don't want to over bleach it, because eventually if you do it too many times and it's over processed, then you could just ruin the lace altogether. Okay. So the other little pro tip is you can use a piece of foil. And I got these foils from a company called Fast Foil. And this is more for, I use these more for coloring, because I really don't use foil. But I just want to show you guys this because, like I said, it's just an added little bonus that you can do. But if you want, this will just speed the process up. You can take it and you can lay it on foil. What the foil does, it actually will speed the process up, and it'll like lock in the heat. And the fast foils are actually made for that. Like you can use a lower, lighter developer, and you can use the fast foils, and it'll lift even faster. Okay, so we're going to put this to the side, and then we're going to go ahead and let that process. I'm going to set my timer, and we'll come back to it. Give me a quick second. When I do go rinse it, because I'll go in the bathroom and rinse it, you guys won't necessarily see that. I'm going to use the purple shampoo. I put it in my Hair Rich bottle, but this is the generic brand of purple shampoo. I get that from Sally's as well. That won't be on the styling list because it's available at Sally's. You can't get that on Amazon. Well, you could probably get it on Amazon, but the generic brand from Sally's, again, save money. I was using Shimmer Lights in the beginning. It's twice as much as the generic brand from Sally's, and the generic brand from Sally's, to me, it works even better. It's very concentrated. So after we get done bleaching the knots, you can let this sit on like 20 to 30 minutes, like I said. Then I'll rinse it off with warmer light water, and then I'll go ahead and I'll put my shampoo on the back of the lace. When I put my shampoo on the back of the lace, I'm going to let it sit on there for about 10 minutes at most. Now, you do want to be careful. What I noticed is, because it is so concentrated, when you actually put this product on there, I always come back with a little bit of water to kind of dilute it, okay? Because it is extremely concentrated. And if you let it sit on too long, it can somewhat stain your lace, especially when you're using like transparent laces, okay? Cool. Give me a second, child. Okay. So now, are y'all enjoying yourself? Am I answering questions? Are you fine? It's okay. It's totally okay. The class will be recorded, so you guys will get the replay. So it's fine. Whatever you missed thus far, you'll be able to come back and watch it. Okay. Look at my skin, y'all. What's going on? I'm happy. I'm so happy y'all here. So let's go ahead and talk about canvas blocks and importance. This is really like, this is the bulk of making a wig, y'all. Like, all the other things that I'm going to show you are going to be amazing, but it's all about the head size. Like, everybody wants a wig that fits. So what you do in this class is really going to help you, because now you can make wigs for any head size, okay? I'm not going to go into detail too much about like how you build them up, but when I give you guys the video, I'll have some links attached in the description, as well as the one link of how you want to mark your canvas block. Now, you do not need this to make a wig, okay? This is just added. Trust me, I just learned about taking your measurements and putting them on your canvas block about 3 years ago, okay? I was making wigs totally fine until then, okay? But let's talk about the canvas blocks. So the canvas heads come in multiple sizes. The largest wig that I've made thus far was for one of my customers, and it's actually a gentleman that wears wigs. So he has a larger size head, and he's a size 25 and a half. Okay, so that's like really huge. Average size fit for any wig, like if you ever ordered a wig off of Amazon or Love Me, is usually going to be 22 to 22 and a half. Now, with that being said, if you only are able to get one wig block today, get you a 22 to a 22 and a half, okay? A 20, well, they're going to be different sizes. So I also attached the canvas block supplier on the Amazon wig list as well. And those are made by, this doesn't say it on here, but they're made by GEX. It's the same people who make the stands too as well. GEX has the best canvas blocks. I'm very, very particular about the canvas blocks that I want you guys to get. The reason why is because GEX does not have a long neck, and this is what you want. And the head shape of the canvas block is very easy to tell what is the front and what is the back. The front is always going to be more straighter and smooth. The back is going to have a curve. This is how a head is actually shaped. Now, some people's head may be shaped a little different, but you know, okay? So the canvas blocks come in whole sizes and half sizes. However, I would not suggest that you go out and you buy every last one of them, because that's what I tried to do in the beginning. Start with your 22. If you can't get the 22, get the 22 and a half. Trust me, it's going to be just fine, okay? The half size will not hurt you when it comes to making a wig. But the one thing that you don't want to do is you don't want to be making a wig for somebody who's a 21 and you use a 22, okay? You don't want to make that extreme jump of an inch, okay? Because it will make a difference. But if let's just say you had a customer who was a 20, you can use a 20 to a 20 and a half. If they're a 21, you can use a 21 to a 21 and a half, 22 to 22 and a half, and 23 to 23 and a half. Now, the largest blockhead that I've ever seen was 23 and a half. No, I have one that's 24. It's really huge, 24. But if the head is not big enough, you got to build it up. And how you build it up is with plastic, but that's a whole nother story, trust me. But this one is a 22 and a half, and I marked it on the front. No, this one is a 21 and a half. I'm sorry. This one is a 21 and a half. Show you guys a 22. This is a 22, and I have pretty much went through before and did a lot of my wigs, my canvas blocks, and I put my measuring tape on them. I love this front to back measuring tape, and I'll tell you guys why shortly. Okay, that's a 22. And look at this 20 and a half, y'all. So little. This is a 20 and a half, and it's by GEX. Okay. And again, like I said, you can always tell the front from the back. You see, you got that curve on every last one of them. This is the back. This is why I like them. I'm going to show you guys another one really quick. This is my 25. See how much bigger this is? Now, I do use this for my customer, but this is the one that I'm saying that I really don't like. The neck is a little bit longer, and it doesn't have a huge heavy curve in the back. This one does have a curve, but some of them are a little bit more flatter. So try to stay away from these. Try to use the GEX at all times. Now, I'm going to use a 22 because I want to make sure that this wig. So the 22 to your 22 and a half is going to fit any size average fit head. And that's kind of what you want to go for is in the beginning, like if you're unsure who you may be making a wig for, unless you do your measurements and you know you're going to wear the wig yourself, I would suggest that you definitely do the 22 or a 22 and a half blockhead. And like I said, the reason why is because for the most part, when you make it on this particular blockhead, you'll be able to use this wig. Anybody could pretty much buy this wig from you, okay? Unless their head is smaller or larger. Now, the extra markings that I have on here, like I have my tape from front to back, and sometimes I'll usually have one from side to side. Like I said, you do not need those because what we're going to do is we would take the measurements from the customer, and there's a measuring chart on my website. You can find them online as well. You can create your own measuring chart if you wanted to too. But the measuring, we would take our measurements and we would transfer, and I'll kind of show you guys that too as well. So I have two markings on here. You're probably wondering what is that and what is that. This is my cap and closure line, and this is my frontal line. And I'm going to show you guys how to get those lines. Let me get my measuring tape. Let's put this table down. So how you get your cap and closure lines And the purpose of them is pretty self-explanatory, but for anybody who's a new wig maker, you may not know. So the cap enclosure line is the line that we'll place our cap at. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit for you. The cap enclosure line is the line that we will place our cap at. And once we put our cap on, we will put our closure right there, okay? And then our frontal line is where, if we were making a frontal, you guys, we would put our cap right here. And then we would take our frontal and we would pull the hairline of the frontal down to here. Now, again, we're not going over frontals today. That will be a class that I will have for digital download later on in the near future. But this is our frontal line, okay? And I'm going to tell you how you put the measurements on there too, because maybe you want to just try it. Like I said, once you do a closure, you can do a frontal. It's pretty easy. So what you want to do is go from the bottom up to, from 0 up to number 9. And you want to mark it. So that's my cap line right there. Then to get your frontal line, you're going to drop down 3 inches. So 3 inches will put you at 6. And you're going to put the frontal line at 6. Okay. I do not know why they came up with the measurements the way they did. I just know that it works. Okay. I just know that it works. Before I really got into like being a professional wig maker, I was just putting the wigs on the cap. I mean, the caps on the heads and just making a wig. I'm sure you probably guys have seen people put wigs on styrofoam heads. Don't ever do that. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be too little. Trust me. Okay. So this particular measuring tape that I have on here is measuring from 0 all the way to 14. And the reason why, it's a few measurements that you definitely want to make sure that you get. If a person just is oblivious to what they're doing and they're like, oh, well, I know I have a small head, you need to tell them, I need a measurement. You want to get that circumference measurement. That's going to be number 1 key. If you don't have any other measurement besides the circumference, then you good, but you definitely need that circumference measurement. And the reason why is because the circumference measurement is going to be based off of what block size you're going to use. Okay. I have had people who've called me and said, oh, I have a really big head. That's not good enough for me. I need a measurement. I need to know what size is your head, because really big to some people, believe it or not, you can have a big forehead, but you can have a small head. And a lot of people don't realize that. Like, just because your forehead is big doesn't make your head big. So you want to make sure that you always get the circumference measurement. And again, this measuring charts online, and it's also one on my website that you can always reference back to. Feel free to screenshot it, make it your own, whatever, okay? But your front to back measurement, for me, that's important because on a smaller head, their front to back measurement is going to be smaller, of course. So average size heads for 22, their front to back measurement, meaning this to their nape, is usually about 13. But on smaller heads, I just did a wig for a young lady. She was a 21 and her front to back was a 12. And the reason why you want to make sure that you have that right is because when you put that cap back there, you don't want it to be excessively down too far, because the wig will still fit overall, but they just may have like extra room back there where you kind of got to pull it down, and you just don't want that. Okay. So if you could definitely get your circumference measurement and then front to back, I would definitely suggest that. Some people just go with circumference. I say get them all. Okay. Another measurement for the frontals that you can get is the hairline measurement. And that's going to be like from the top of the ear to the top of the ear. And that's going to be in our video when we do the cut frontal method, because that method is amazing. Okay. When you want to get into frontals. So let's go ahead and get into our cap resizing. I got my timer on. We got about 20 minutes. So our knots are bleaching on our unit, and we could just let that sit. So there are a few different caps that you can use. I'm going to show you guys this other cap that I use too as well. I don't really use this cap. Maybe, do I got something? Yes. So it's a few different caps that wig makers like to use. I'm going to show you guys all three of them. I do have a cap supplier on the website, and I'm sorry, on the vendor, on the Amazon styling list as well. I don't believe these are on here, but these are like the ventilated caps. These are going to be great for your customers who might sweat a lot on their head. The only thing about these, they're very tedious. Okay, so you sew with the plastic on the inside, and what I'm going to show you about our mapping guides, you put them on the outside of the unit and you sew on the top of the plastic. It may sound weird, but that's how you do it, right? Then after you get done sewing, you come in and you have to take all this plastic out. That's the part that's very tedious. I've used these multiple times before, though. They are amazing. I just don't like doing all that work. That's crazy. Then this is the most common cap. This is the one that I usually like to use a lot more. I'm going to shut this window, you guys, because it's Monday and they kind of do the line. So this is the most common cap that I like to use. It's a mesh cap. It's very breathable. It's very light. You can see straight through it. These come in different sizes. I also put a supplier on there for this. I have a vendor that I use for this, and I also have a vendor list. I'm going to be creating a couple of more vendor lists. Like right now, I have a extension list with all my top vendors that I personally use where I get my hair from. But I'm going to create another one because this is like a basic vendor. I do get them from Ali. Is this from AliExpress? This is from AliExpress. I think I've had this one for a while, but now my vendor is on Alibaba that I use, but they have these caps as well. These come in different sizes. I like these because these are just like the hair store cap wigs. When I first started making wigs, that's all I said I wanted to do. I was like, I want to be able to make a wig like it is in a hair store. And this cap is the ones that they have in the hair store. Okay. You have these additional little flaps. You pull the strap through the flap, and then you have this adjustable bar back here in the back. And that's how you can change the tightness of the wig. And again, like I said, these come in different sizes. And these don't really require a lot of resizing, like at all, because you can get them in different sizes. So we have a question. Trisha, if you can't answer it, I'll look in a second, Milan. So these right here, they pretty much always fit whatever size it is. Like if I pull this in the places that it needs to be, it won't have a lot of room in it. So that's another reason why I really like these caps. But I wanted to show you guys cap resizing today. So we're going to use a dome cap. So you can also get these in different colors too as well, you guys. They have these in the beige. And they also, I feel like you can get them in the brown. They ever have the brackets like around the ears. It's like bendable and stuff. So I really like these caps. Okay. Now, the thing is, you always want to like make yourself different. So it is good to offer caps. Originally, when I first started, I was making all my wigs on the dome cap. It's nice, but I feel like those last longer. I feel like because the dome cap, what I noticed about these caps, I use these particularly when I'm making my short wigs though. But what I noticed about the dome cap is after a while, this elastic band in the cap is going to kind of start to give. So unless you know how to go in and pull it in, which I do that for some of my clients that have short units, I'll go in and I'll like take some of this cap out and I'll sew it back together. So it's like smaller, but unless you know how to do that, I just feel like you get more longevity out of the other ones. Okay. Like I said, I do use these for my short units. I've had clients, I just had a client send me a message the other day. She got a short wig for me 3 years ago. We did some revamping to it and it still look good. So these particular caps from my vendor do come in different sizes. This is a medium one. I will say that originally when I first started using the dome caps, I only was using Q-Fit. Q-Fits are amazing, but they only come in 2 sizes. They come in the regular size fit, and then they come in a extra large. which I do like cute fits, especially for my customer that is a 25.5. They fit perfect for her head. Okay. So it's just all about what you want to do. I like these better because I notice sometimes those cute fit caps are just like, they're like extremely tight. They don't really have a lot of flexibility to them. So I like these because they do have more flexibility. And these are from my vendor. And actually, I'll end up, like I said, I'll put the vendor up. You guys give me a few days for this particular vendor. Not only do they have these, they also have these straps. Let me show you these. They have a lot of different stuff that they sell. They sell stands, they sell canvas blocks, they sell a lot of different stuff. They have these adjustable straps too, as well. So that vendor will be on my site. It's going to be priced at $19.99. And if you guys want to get it, like I said, they sell a lot of stuff. These straps, these caps. These are my go-to caps now. I still do get, I have some cute fit caps, but I'm not buying any more new ones. Let me say that. Because once I run out, then I'll just be using these. So anyways, we're going to go ahead and we're going to place our cap on our mannequin head. Always make sure you want to, this is your front. Now, let me tell you guys something, because this is what I was doing in the beginning. I was just putting it on. That's a mess, okay? You got these measurements on here for a reason. You want to follow them, okay? And if anybody's wondering what this line is, I just had marked this out because I do a lot of short wigs, so I needed to kind of gauge where my ears and stuff was, so that's why I did that. But the cap, you usually can tell the front to the back. Come in, son. So the wider part, and even on a cute fit, it's like this. On a wider part of the cap, that's usually the front. And the area in the back where it's somewhat like a V shape, that's the back. Now, your mannequin head has measurements, even without it having measurements. So these lines that are on here, these are your temples. This middle line is the middle of the head, okay? So you want to use those lines too. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to place our cap on. And it's good because this one don't really need a lot of resizing. Look at God. We're going to place our cap on at our closure line. And remember I said that average size head fit is going to be about a 13. I'm trying to grab this. So we're going to pull this down to a 13. And we're going to pin it from there. Get my teeth in this. Make sure y'all can see still. I'm going to T-pin it. I'm also going to pin it up here in the front as well. And I'm going to look at the camera in a second just to make sure that you guys' questions are answered. And again, like I said, we will have some time before we go over to Facebook, or before I, turn my camera on to go to Facebook, where you can ask questions. So we'll be able to still ask any questions. Okay. So once we got our cap pinned now, and it's important that you put it on the shape of the head. That's why we did that. So now you see all this room that you have in here. This is where the cap resizing comes in effect, because you don't want to make a wig and you have all this room, right? You want the wig to fit. You want it to fit like a glove, okay? So we got it pinned down. And you got one or two options. And it just depends on how I'm feeling it that day, really. Or it really depends on the wig that I'm making. Like if I'm doing a short unit, I'll pull it up to the front. If I'm doing a closure or a frontal, I'll pull it up to the front. And then it sometimes depends on where the bulk is coming from. But you see how I pulled it up to the front? You just want to inch it up to the front. Let me do that again. And go ahead and pull all this. And it's easier to sew from the front. But I have pulled to the back before. But let's go ahead and do it to the front. So y'all see that room? You're just gonna inch it to the front. It's pretty easy. Inch it to the front. Turn it so you can see it. See the room right here? Inch it to the front. Okay. Inch it to the front. All right. See how the bulk is leaving back here? You can be real particular if you want. Inch it up some more because we want it to be no bulk back here, right? Inch it to the front. And wrap it out. Inch it to the front. Inch it to the front. All right. And it's gonna kind of like overlap, almost kind of like a pocket in there, like that. Just keep inching it. Let me pin this right here so this don't move because I don't want to readjust the cap by trying to go past the line either. I'm going to use one of my little small T-pin type of things. Okay. Bam, right there. And you just gonna like overlap it on your cap. I mean, on your band. All right. We're gonna go ahead and pin it. I'm gonna take that little pin out that I put in there so I don't sew over the top of it because I've done that before. And I'm just pin it on the top. All right. So now you see how the cap looks. See, it's flat. Don't got that bulk in it. It's gonna be smooth. Okay. Now what I was saying is you can take the cap to the front or the back. That's totally your preference. Whatever you do, just make sure that it's flat. Okay. Make sure that it's flat. Let me check the questions over here. Let's see what we got. Yeah. Milan asked a question. She said I was going to ask about was Alibaba better? Yeah, I use Alibaba. I was using both in the beginning. They're really like kind of similar, but I feel like Alibaba, like you say, is just better. You get better communication on here. Yeah, see how flat that is? That's what you want. So now thread is on my list too as well. Got this from Amazon. I originally was getting thread from one of my mentors. She has some of the best thread in the world, but I think she said she was having a hard time getting it, so I just found somebody. I don't use a lot of do a lot of sew-ins and things like that anymore, so I probably had this thread for a few years. So this is just a polyester. I believe it's a polyester thread. You want to stay away from cotton threads because cotton thread will swell once it gets in water. So try to stay away from that as much as possible. We got 5 more minutes on our timer. We're doing good on time, y'all. We're at 9:50. So yeah, we're doing real good on time. I'm using a curved needle, but you can feel free to use whatever type of needle that you like. And I'm gonna show y'all the easiest way that I found to thread a needle, because I wasn't a sewer in the beginning. Like originally, when I started making wigs, like majority of the people that I teach, they have no current knowledge of how to sew. And I was that person. I didn't even know how to thread a needle. So I learned this from my mentor. It was really cool. So you take the thread. I'm gonna come around the camera. No, I'm gonna stay here. You take the thread and you like crisscross it right on your finger. And then it like creates this loop. And then you just take it through the loop on the back side of your finger and pull it through. Now you got a knot. Because I used to be trying to like if you a sewer, I know you like, I'll do that, girl. But listen, baby, when I tell you, I'll be trying to tie that knot. It'd be terrible. I'm like, man, 20 minutes on time a knot. Okay, so this is pretty self-explanatory, but I want to show you guys my stitch that I'm going to use. Because again, like I said, I'm just pretty particular about how I do things. So I'm going to come in and we're just going to like pinch the top layer of our cap. So you don't really have to worry about trying to go through the band per se. We're going to pinch the top layer of the cap, and in the other cap, we're going to join it together. So we're going to take it, we're just going to join it together. Now, I'm going to hold this in my hand because what I want to do is I want to create a loop that I'm going through. So I'm holding the other part of the thread in my hand, and then I'm pulling through. I want to always come back with my left hand, and this is exactly how I do my sew-ins. We call this like a crossover stitch. It's creating a loop without you creating a knot per se. It's like kind of doing it automatically. And I'm going to always go through the loop. So let me slow down. So I'm going to hold it up in my hand. I'm going to pinch the overlapping cap and the cap underneath, only on the top. I'm not like trying to insert it and go through the band or anything. And I'm just sliding through. Because I'm holding this up, it's creating a loop for me. And I could just pull it straight through. Now, I am a one thread type of girl, but that's a little bit more advanced. And I feel like you don't necessarily need that to make wigs. But usually what I do is I go in and I cut my thread so that it's only really one after I lock it in down there. And that's pretty easy to do. Like if you do hair, then I'm pretty sure like you can figure out how to do the one loop thread, but it is kind of more advanced because that thread sometimes will come out 1,000 times and I'll be like, you know what, I'm just about to do this loop. So you want to do your stitches pretty close together, and like I said, this is how I do my sew-ins too. I do them close together, and you want to be particular about what you do, you guys, because for me, I always was the stylist. Like I hate seeing messy work, and I've took classes where people, some really good stylists too, or really popular, let me say that, and they're doing their work and they're like, and I'm looking and I'm like, that look a mess, and they like, oh, it doesn't matter what it looks like because when it gets done it's not gonna look like that. But I'm not that type of stylist. Like I am the stylist that I want my foundation to look good. I also want the end result to look good. So I want my stitches to be on point. Like I'm just particular about that type of stuff. If you get off, just slow down because I kind of got off a little bit. Try to see if I can pull that. Don't do that. So I got a loop right there. I'm going to sew that loop down. That's what I'm going to do. I don't like that. Sew that loop down. Okay. Still holding that thread kind of out the way so that it can create that loop area. If you got to, make sure you toss it up over. Okay, that's our 30 minutes, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to rinse our closure in a second, but I need to check it first. Okay, it can sit for a little bit. Yeah, I can let it sit for a few minutes. I think I can finish this out. But you don't want to like take advantage and just let it sit, you know, and be like, oh, let it sit for another 10. I think it could sit for maybe another 3 to 5 at the most. So I'm just coming in, and this process is not changing. It's pretty much the same until you complete it. Keeping that thread out the way and creating that loop, going through it. Creating a loop. Go through the loop, all this. Go through the loop. Keep your stitches close together.
Y'all gonna have a good replay coming back to watch this. I'm gonna pull this T-pin out. They're gonna be mad they didn't get this sauce. Watch. Because there was a lot of people that was like, "Oh, I'm gonna just take the free class." I'm like, "Y'all gonna miss all the sauce. This is where the sauce is at." So just keep your loop. I'm kind of working from another side, so it may look like I'm doing something different, but just hold it out the way, go through, and it's gonna create a loop. It's like a natural loop. You don't have to do anything to get it. Tilt this head a little bit more. And some of you may sew like this. I mean, this is not like a something that I created. It was just a stitch. Like originally when I was doing sew-ins, I was just sewing. Like, and I went and I took a hair loss class because I'm also a trichologist, but I'm also a hair loss specialist. And I took a hair loss class. If any of you guys are wanting to get into like hair replacement and different techniques, I would suggest that you check out Sharon Reams if you're not familiar with her. She is amazing. I took her class. I actually took her class twice in Arkansas. That's one of my mentors, and I love her. She loved me, but she showed me this stitch, and I started using it in my sew-ins, and it made a huge difference because my sew-ins was lasting longer, and it just looked better overall. So when you get down to the end, you want to take your thread. You got your loop still. Trying to get it. And just wrap it around like 3 times. 2, 3. I'll do one more. And then once you wrap it around 3 times, you could go ahead and pull it all the way through, and it's going to create a knot. From there, you can go ahead and cut it. Now y'all know how to resize a cut. Look at that. And you want the stitches, like I said, keep the stitches close together so they can be small. Look how flat it is in the back. All right. So let me go ahead and rinse because the next thing we're going to do is our mapping. And then I think we'll be doing double weft. And we'll be getting ready to go live shortly. We'll answer any questions that you guys may have. So if you want to get something to drink, it'll take me probably just a few minutes to do this. So I wanted to come back and show you guys. And I said I put the purple shampoo on the back. That's what I mean. Put the purple shampoo on the back. And then that particular bottle was already somewhat diluted because I had to put a little bit of water in it just to get like all of it out the bottle. But you see it's purple. And I'll just let this sit on for about 5, 10 minutes. Okay. You don't want to let it sit on too long, and that's the reason why I do like to like dilute it, because I haven't in the past diluted it, and I noticed that it would stain my lace. So I always like put a little bit of water to make it kind of sud up now, so it's not just so thick and concentrated. Okay. So we're going to let that sit on, and we're going to start drawing our lines during our track mapping. So just real quick, these adjustable bands, they are on, I did find a supplier on Amazon originally. That's how I end up getting them. And they're still really affordable on Amazon. I feel like the thing that I like the most about Amazon is that it's free shipping. And, you know, like with Alibaba, it's not free shipping, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So that's why I use Amazon a lot in certain for certain things if I need it fast. But I do have a supplier that's on there. And like I said, these are probably, I think at cost they're like $1 a band, you guys. So it's worth it. Because I want to say like a roll or a spool, they don't even have these. Like this is really nice to have. And I feel like you can get them wider. They had 1 inch and they had 1.5 inches. This is the inch one, and you could get it a little bit wider too. And it's adjustable. It's adjustable. I just recently, like I said, started using these. Originally I was using, since I used the adjustable cap, there really was not an extreme need for it, but I still would kind of get certain people where they'd be like, I want an additional band inside. So I would put just, you know, the regular elastic band. So this is kind of new that I've been adding, because I want to say I actually have a customer on here where the wig I created for her the last time, I wasn't using these. So these are like super new to me adding them. And as you go, you just gonna advance, y'all. I swear to God, like I remember when I first started making wigs, and I look back at some of my pictures, and I was like, "Who was buying them?" Like, seriously, it was a mess. But I'm telling you, start where you are, because people will support you and people will buy. Like, and that's how you get better. And always be your client. Like, you know, be your best client. Like, because I look back at majority of the messed up wigs, I wasn't messing them all up. But the ones that was kind of messed up, they was nice. They was nice. So I'm using these. They're called Mr. This is called Mr. Pen. It's just a white fabric pen or whatnot. And I started. I switched up because originally I was using what was it? I was using the mascara like pens. But what I found out is they're kind of oil based. So what was happening is, like, when I would use, looking for my measuring tape, when I would use the mascara pen, what would happen is, as I was working, it would kind of like be bleeding everywhere. It just be messy, like chalky, and I didn't like that. So I started using it. Okay. So we just a little over with 13.5, but that's not bad. That's okay. You definitely don't want to go too far with that. Okay. And that was because I pulled it down a little bit. So go ahead and mark it. So underneath, when you do this, you can actually see your marking. Is it necessary to do this? I already told you no. Because what you can do is you can just put your measuring tape right on top, which I usually always come back and do this anyway. I always usually come back and put my measuring tape on top, because I think I have good eyesight, but clearly I don't have the best eyesight like I used to. And I just like to see. So we just, yeah, just a little bit past our 13 mark, but that's okay. I heard somebody say before, it don't got to be perfect, but it's got to be done. Okay. So for our closure, I'm not going to mark this area out just yet because I don't have my closure. But I am going to go ahead and start marking these marks in the back, and then we'll pull the closure out and I'll finish it up. So for our closure, today, let me be very specific. Now, because I'm showing you guys how to make a beginner-friendly wig, and I'm going to show you how you can make this type of wig in 20 minutes or less, right? Majority of the wig makers that you see or that you may take a training with are going to do it like this. I'm going to tell you the other thing that I do. I like to use 1/2 inch spacings, but because we're doing beginner friendly wig today, we're going to do 1 inch spacings. And the reason why I like to do 1/2 inch spacings, and I was taught to do 1 inch spacings, but the reason why I like to do 1/2 inch spacings is because I prefer not to have big spaces. Okay. And I feel like my customer base appreciates that too, as well. Now, if you, I feel like 1 inch is not terrible, but I would say if you are going to do that, then maybe you could do 3/4 of an inch. I'll let that be up to the discretion of you, but I'm going to mark it at 1 inch spacings today because this is how you make a beginner friendly wig. So I'm just starting right here only because I don't have the closure. So I'm starting in the back kind of. I'm going to just, each one of these spaces is 1 inch. As you get down here to the bottom, I never put one like directly on this very last band. Another reason why I don't put it on there at the very bottom is because I noticed that when you have, unless I'm doing a short unit, if I'm doing a short unit, I will come down here with a track. But if I'm doing a longer hair, I don't like to go down there because the lower that hair is in the back, the more it will kind of like bulk and nap up back there. So I leave a little bit of room back there in the back. So again, these are inch spacings. And I'm not sure if like, I think 1 inch is 1 inch no matter what. But I feel like when I see these spaces on certain people's heads, they look so big to me. So I just be like, I don't like that. All right. But anyways, so we're going to go ahead and we just going to take them straight across. And we want to keep it balanced. So we're going to do one at a time. Once you start getting more skilled, if you like, you can do one side. But I, even with me making wigs for a while, you guys, I don't even do that. Because I noticed it's just an easy way to get off. Like, it's just like, just when you thought that you was, oh, I'm so skilled, is the day where you be like, dang it, I messed up. Now I got to do this or do that. And I hate starting over. When I start to get around my front area, I do like to somewhat curve just a little bit. And the reason why is I like the hair to somewhat kind of fall around the face. So this is going to have like a little slant to it. Okay, and it's just slightly, but I like the hair to somewhat fall around the face. And even when me doing the slight curve, it won't like fall in the face, but it'll just frame the face nicely. I don't know if you guys have ever seen hairstyles where it looks like it's just straight dropping down off the face. I mean, if that's the look you're going for, I guess it's okay. But I just like it to kind of, like I said, frame the face. That's my hairstyling part of me. So I'm going to come in. We're just going to keep doing that. Somewhat with a little bit of a curve in there. The next one. And again, like I said, I'm doing it this particular way, one by one, so I can create balance. Now, this is my last one. I'm gonna wait to draw these lines around the side because I don't have my closure on. We're just gonna go ahead and connect these lines in the middle. And if you like, you can go and you can put one like right there. That's like right before my band. Okay. But these are these are 1 inch apart. When I'm doing my wigs for my customers, the way that I like to do them is I'll go in and I'll put a line, of course, in the middle of these. And you don't even have to do that. Because you have this line, you pretty much can gauge where if you wanted to insert one in the middle, you can pretty much insert it in there. But the technique we're going to use today, we're going to double weft the track. So the unit is still going to be full. That's why the spaces can be further apart. Okay. And we won't use this one down here, but I wanted to show you guys how far down you can go. Like you don't want to go lower than that band. Okay. Another thing is inside the wig, this is where our comb is going to go in the inside, on the inside of the cap. And then if you have a label, you will put your label down here on the inside of the cap though. Okay. Let me get the closure. I'm going to rinse that off and then we'll get. Okay. So this clover is still wet, but that's okay. So I don't ever sew my closures on in the beginning. I used to do that when I first started making wigs. And like I said, none of this is law. You can make your wig however you want. Like if you want to bleach the knots after you make the wig, be my guest. I'm just showing you the things that I do and what works for me better. So I sew my closure on at the end. And the reason I had started doing that was because when you sew it on in the beginning, it's just like extra weight that you create for yourself. So when you're making the wig, to me, it's just like something that's in the way. So I stopped doing that a while ago. So now the cool thing about our closure is you can literally place these anywhere, right? But let me tell you something that's really nice about this cap. This is a universal cap. I see people using this name now, but I started doing universal caps, right? Or universal wigs when I first started. That's how I was making them. And I call them universal because it doesn't have an ear tab on it like the other one. You can move the other one too, but it has ear tabs, so it could possibly get in the way. But by this not having an ear tab, you literally can twist and turn the wig 1,000 different ways. Now, on the other cap, you can do that, but I guess with the ear tabs, it would feel a little funny at times. But you can literally put this closure wherever you want. You may see some people, they have like this heavy closure over here, or this is going to be where we're going to put it at, which is going to be in the middle. And it's going to depend on how you cut the wig, which is going to determine like if you will be able to move it. Like if I just cut this wig pretty even, then I could pretty much take this wig with the closure being in the middle and put it anywhere. If I put it off to the side and I did like a short long bob, it may look a little bit weird if I try to move it. So we're going to put it in the middle. And when we place it on, I put the hair to the front so I can see what I got going on in the back. Let me turn it around to the side. We're going to put it on, and we just going to put the closure right at the edge of the cap. Okay. And when I say the closure, I mean the hairline of the closure is going to go right there. because I don't want y'all putting the lace. Let me pull this back. I'm gonna pull this up in the ponytail right quick because we got about 30 more minutes, and I want y'all to get this size. At 10, 16, doing good. Okay, so I pulled it up and like put it in a ponytail. So I'm gonna put it on. Get it on there. Make sure that your close your hairline is right at the edge. And you can come over just about little tints, like that much. Okay? Just like that much. Y'all see that? Literally. Not much. Just a little tints. We're gonna put this in the middle. After you got a tint in the front, just take it, roll it to the back. That's not quite centered, yeah. And remember how I said how you gonna know if it's centered is because even on the cap, you got lines. So I told you I'm kind of particular about stuff like this. So I'm gonna take that out. I'm gonna center it. So I'm centering it from the front. Because this is a 4x4, so it should just kind of just barely fall over those lines. You don't gotta be like I said, it don't gotta be perfect, but it's gotta be done. Okay. But that's definitely better. And then you just want to go ahead. So from the back, you can just roll it to the, from the front, you can roll it to the back as such. And go ahead and pin it. Now, you want to make sure most closures and frontals have like that reinforcement line. Try to stick your T-pins through the reinforcement line. Like, don't just be sticking, like try to be particular about it. And when you lay it on there, see how flat that is? That's how you want it to look. You want it to be, let's pull this back some. This teeth injury. Starting up. Oh yeah, I'm not using it. She's trying to be cute. Okay. Fish. All right. Make sure it's flat. And when I sew it down, I can get that, pinch that in there right there. Because yeah, she's trying to give me a hard time. But you don't want it to be like lumpy and gappy and all that. Okay. So I'm gonna just go ahead and draw the other lines on because like I said, I don't necessarily put my closure, I don't necessarily sew my closure on in the beginning. Some people do. That's gonna be totally preference to you. See that line? This particular line is where our closure is going to fit right back into. But this line right here, show you that line right there is also going to be where your last track is going to go. Okay. Because after we get done, all this is just going to line up very perfect. See how that line just fit right back in there? Now we can take this one and we can come around and we'll just join it. We'll just join them together. We'll marry them. Now, these lines up here are a little bit closer, and you know why? Because this one is going to be a single track. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here because this is the top. And I do not want this to be a gap up here at the top. I'll sew a track in between there. Okay. So where we have the double spacing, the 1 inch spacings at, that's going to be double weft tracks. These particular ones up here are going to be single. So like these last 3 are going to be single. Okay. Now you could have just kept the 1 inch spacings, but like I said, we got to think how if it was your wig and you had a huge space up there at the top, you might be able to see through it. So that's why I was like, you know what? I don't like that. So I go in and I add one in there. Okay. This is not loud. This is just the way I do it. You can do it how you want. Okay. So we got 1 inch spacings. We're not going to use this one down here. I just wanted to show you how far you can go down. So we do a double weft, double weft, double weft, double weft, double weft, double weft, single, single, single. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into it. So I see, Xander, you asked a question. You said, did I say I was going to share the vendors that I use to purchase their hair? I won't be sharing the vendors that I use for my hair. I do have a vendor list. The vendor list that I sell is $450. That's all my top quality vendors. It actually has a raw hair vendor on there. It has my affordable everyday vendor on there that I use like extremely lots. They also sell, they have another line which they call it their affordable line. Originally when I first started making wigs, I was using that line, but then I upgraded to their top version line, and then they also sell raw hair. So it's actually 2 raw hair vendors on here, but one of the vendors only sells raw hair, and I've been working with him recently, and I'm not gonna lie, that hair is the bomb. That's the wig that I recently was telling y'all, like I was testing it and I was sleeping in it, and literally y'all, I was sleeping in for like 2 weeks, and it wasn't even tangling. Like I could get up, brush straight through it, and that hair is amazing. It lifts up to 613 literally in like 10 minutes with a 30 volume, and the integrity is so good. It's just bomb. It's just bomb. So I'm not necessarily thinking about fully switching to a raw hair vendor because I have different price ranges for my customer base, but it's good to have. It's definitely good to have. So let's pluck this closure right quick because I want to do this before we go on live. And then we'll do some double wefting, but we're going to kind of do all that on the Facebook with them too. Yeah, on the vendor list also, you guys, I'm also giving you my vegan friendly product supplier. I don't have a product supplier from Alibaba. My product supplier is actually based here in Texas. And They are amazing. But I was a little bit particular about getting my products from Alibaba because I didn't know what was in them. And I didn't want to take the chance of just getting something that was like extremely built off of alcohol and things like that or harmful chemicals. So the young lady that I work with, like I said, is amazing. And that supplier is on there. And that's like a bonus supplier because it's like for $450, you actually get a vegan friendly supplier. And the thing about this particular young lady, she has a manufacturing company, and she actually creates more than just the things that I have. Like she has facial products, she has products for natural hair. I mean, you name it, she got it. And actually, what happens is you can do a trial kit from her, and she'll send you a trial kit. I'm not sure how much it costs because I've been using her for a while, but you can pick, like, she got different ones that you can pick from, and you can try the products. And that's where my melting mousse comes from. That's where the mousse comes from. That mousse is the bomb. That mousse is the bomb. If you get the vendor list, I'll tell you what the name of the mousse is so you can try it. Because it's bomb. Originally, the girl that I took the class with, when she passed this information on to us, she was like, I'm not going to tell you what the name of the mousse is. Y'all just got to try it out. But if you do get the vendor list, I'll tell you the name of the mousse that it is, because that mousse is bomb. I'm going to use my other spray bottle because that's going to drive me crazy. Let's turn this down for y'all. All right. So I'm going to use a spray bottle. I don't think I put this on my list, but this is on Amazon. These bottles are amazing. They just automatically like spray for you. You don't got to keep doing too much with them. So I posted a video the other day about plucking. And something that I want to be very clear about is that plucking is something that you get better at as you go. I would suggest, if you're new to plucking, that you get you a vendor like off of Amazon. The worst frontals are going to be the best to pluck, or worst closures or whatever. Those are going to be your better ones to pluck. And I'm going to turn that light so it won't be too bright so y'all can see. All right, it's 10:29. It won't take us too long to do this. Okay, so this particular vendor, I don't have to ever do too much work with their units. But if you notice, like majority people, when they start plucking, they always like start plucking like a half an inch or an inch off the hairline. But however, this is why I said go to Amazon and just get a frontal or a closure. I would say get a frontal because then you could have more space that you could play with. You know, where closure is kind of really not a lot of lace, so you don't have as much space to practice. But if you're practicing, start with a frontal. It's okay. You can see it, right? I always use a white mannequin head, and the reason why is because I want to be able to see what I'm doing. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else? No. Some people, I've seen people use towels. I've done that before. I put a towel up under there if I didn't have my white mannequin head accessible. But for the most part, I try to keep one of these, and I try to keep it as clean as possible. I like to go through and I like to assess the unit first. This particular unit is perfect. It's not overly thick in the back, because sometimes, just sometimes, in that video that I put up, you have to come back and you have to pluck back here. But we won't have to do that today. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to start about an inch back off the hairline. You want to make sure that you have you a comb handy at all times. And you want to make sure that you have your spray bottle available because you want to keep it wet. Okay. I don't like to pluck dry unless it's at the end and I kind of need to pluck a few more hairs out. I try to do all this wet. These tweezers come from Sally's. I put tweezer man tweezers on the styling list, on the Amazon styling list. But if you have a Sally's that sells these little lady tweezers, go get you some. I literally went in there and bought like 30 of them because they are the bomb. So I'm gonna come in. Objectively, you want to hold your tweezers like this. You want to make sure that the flat part is actually facing the bottom, or your closure or your frontal, and you want to do small sections. Now, this is the easiest way that I've ever learned how to tweeze, okay? And I'm gonna say it so much that it's gonna be embedded in your head. So we're gonna do pluck, skip a space, 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 pluck, skip a space. We're going to continue to do that until we can do it no more across the front. Now, I'm only going slow so that I can show you guys what I'm doing. I'm plucking and skipping a space. Check this out though. Just when you think you're not pulling any hair out, you come back and you comb it. And then you see, oh wow, some hair came out. Okay. And it's not over excessively a lot, but it's some hair, right? Then we'll go to our next section. I'm gonna do it slow again for you guys so you can see it. Now, when you do this whole plucking and skipping a space method, what happens is a lot of the times you can start to see where you didn't pluck before. And it's almost like you're creating like this staggered type effect, right? So that way you don't have like these excessive pulls in your unit because you're staying in one spot. Okay. That's it. So I can see I plucked right there. So I'm plucking here this time. Pluck, skip a space. Pluck, skip a space. Pluck, skip a space. Pluck, skip a space. Keep doing that. I mean, literally, pluck, skip a space. And I'm just going to keep doing that all the way across. Again, this is an easy way that I learned how to pluck. Now, of course, as you get more advanced, you'll do it faster, right? Like now, I don't really even think about it. But look how much hair that I pulled out. Yeah. Look at that hair. Okay. So it's like just when you think you're not doing anything, that's how it's so easy to create holes in your lace or in the hair, is because it's like you may think you're not pulling nothing because you're not combing. You notice that I'm combing in between each section, right? Let's start back over here. And like I said, I don't really have to overly pluck this particular lace because it's pretty much, it's nice actually. Pluck, skip a space. You're gonna keep doing that all the way across. And then this is where you'll find out, like the more you do it, the more you can start kind of bouncing around. This angle is really weird for me though, y'all. Y'all hear it tearing out? Oh, got all this hair. I always come back. I always come. Look at all that hair. Okay. Now, I always relate plucking to cutting because you can always go back and pluck more. But once it's gone, you can't pluck it. You can't do anything about it. So you have to take your time. I do this edge last, very, very last. And I never over pluck in the beginning. Like when you guys see my videos, I know it looks really nice, but this is how I do it all the time. I never over pluck. And the reason why is because if you start to pluck too much in the beginning, first of all, you're definitely going to be able to create holes in it. But secondly, the wig is not going to last as long for your customer. You know what I mean? And ultimately, you want to sell quality wigs. You don't want people coming back because they got to get their closure replaced in, a month, Now, depending on how they wearing it, how much they wearing it, and the care that they may be taking for it, that may definitely contribute to how long their unit is going to overall last. But if you don't overpluck in the beginning, they'll have their wig a lot longer. I'm gonna turn this light just a little bit. And I see we got a couple of questions on here. I'm gonna come on in a quick second, yeah. Says I'm really looking for vendors that source more kinky closure here. Does your current list include? She does have kinky closure here, but dang, one of my clients turned me on to somebody, but it's not a vendor. Well, it's a supplier. I would say they don't do wholesale, but they do sell the hair though. But I would have to find out the name of that. Like their whole line is like kinky curly. But my vendor does have kinky hair. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the SIA unit SIA, not CIA. I got a CIA and I got a SIA. The SIA unit, that's a kinky texture hair. I'll try to see if I can find that kinky one because I just bought another one. She has kinky hair, she has kinky curly. Um, I guess that would be like yaki or whatnot. Then a kinky curly. So this. So now we have the hairline and we're doing the same thing. Plucking, leaving a space. And then this kind of will like look like a little bit spacey, but you pluck in, leaving a space. Pluck, leave a space. And you can pretty much kind of see the hair coming out. It does look a little bit different on camera at times. This is looking nice. I just like it to look natural. Like I just don't like it to be too plucked. That looks good. Make sure that you comment. Okay. It may look a little bit transparent because when I'm looking at it on camera, it kind of looks a little bit transparent and it looks like this line is hard, but it's not though. Okay. And I'm not gonna pluck anymore because literally like it would be over plucked. I usually pluck my parts in at the end. I do not do that until after my unit is dry. So I'll show you guys that in the styling video. I'll also show you how I cut my baby hair because people are so against baby hair because they always see the young girls and they like go extreme. But the hair that I create on my units is not necessarily to create baby hair. It's to somewhat help to camouflage the lace. That's why majority of the units you guys see me in, it's like, oh, they look so real because I create a very small thin layer of hair right here, and it just gives it more of a realistic appeal. But I'll show you guys that at the end. Okay. So that's gonna be in the styling video. We won't be doing that on live per se. We're just about to go ahead and finish making our wig today, y'all. And then y'all get the styling video along with the replay video too as well. Okay. So we are at 10:39. We're doing good on timing. Let me go ahead and get my sewing machine set up. The hair that I'm using today, of course, is from my vendor. And this is the top version luxury hair that I use. It's not raw hair, but it's definitely very good. Like I said, they also do sell raw hair vendor, and then I have the other raw hair vendor on there as well. And if you're looking for, if you like really want hair that's gonna lift up, because I really don't like using 1B hair and trying to lift it up to a 613. But if you are gonna do that, you gotta get you some raw hair. You gotta get you some raw hair. Okay. Put this up. Ooh. Can y'all see me? It looks like my screen is froze. What's going on? Looking real froze right now. Can y'all see me? Okay. Very much sound is bad. I'm not understanding why it looks frozen here. Okay. It's not frozen in you guys. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do some of the tracks right quick. It's 10:42 and this shouldn't take us too long. I'm a lower this stand, yeah. Okay, so if you guys want to write down my measurements, I use a Singer heavy duty. Um, hold on. I'm not going over like how you load this machine up and all that. I really don't even do that in class because it just takes away from the time you could be learning. Let me get on. Okay, so I use a Singer heavy duty. That's on the list as well. You can get them from also get them from like what is it? Walmart, Joann's, wherever. But it's a Singer heavy duty. My stitching is my tension is on 7, my width is on 3, and my length is on 3. Now you can always play around with that. If you feel like you want it a little bit tighter or whatnot, whatever, okay. But I pretty much got mine set and I don't really adjust it or change it. I use a zigzag stitch. And yeah, hold on, y'all, because I don't understand. Yeah, I had to go back in and reset that because it was frozen on my end. I'm not sure what it was showing. Okay, so right now I'm just about to thread my bobbin. I'm gonna go ahead and get a couple of these done so we don't have to necessarily stop. You can look up how to thread the bobbin and all the needle and all that stuff on YouTube. Like I said, I don't even really go over this in my class. I actually have a video in there, and I tell my students you need to know how to work your sewing machine before you come because you can just spend a lot of time on trying to do this, and then you don't get through all the other stuff. So you know that your bobbin is full. When it gets to making that noise, it won't spin anymore. So we know we done with that one. Um, I got one right here that I'm gonna go ahead and use. We're just gonna use the rest of this one to at least do our double weft, and we might be able to sew some with. You do not have to take a sewing machine class to learn how to use the machine. Trust me, it's very easy, especially unless you're trying to sew clothes. You know, originally I did take a sewing machine class. I took a Joann's fabric class. I took like 3 of them, and I still didn't know how to sew wigs. Because why? Because it's all, it's kind of like sewing pants. Like they could teach you how to sew pants, but sewing wigs is certain measurements that you need and stuff. So I'll go ahead and put this through here. And I'm gonna zoom in for you guys in a second. Singer is amazing. Yes. And she just said, Milan just said, it's a class you can look on YouTube. I'm telling you, YouTube University is amazing. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through there. Let through. Yeah, I was so determined. I was like, I'm gonna learn how to make wigs, and they gonna look like they in the hair store. And I did. I did. But it was a journey though, y'all. I don't know if I did put those shears. Hold on a second. How you see little shears available, because it's gonna be a lot of thread cutting that you're gonna have to do as you go along. All right. So let's get this double weft together, because we got 10 minutes and it won't take us long to do this. So we're using a 16, 18, 20 to do our double weft. We're just gonna go ahead and take it apart. This hair is so pretty. And sometimes I wash my hair in the beginning, but I didn't really have time for that to do that today. But I always wash the hair of the units when I get done. Okay. And the reason why is because all hair comes with sizing on it. That's the stuff that they put on it to make it look really nice in the beginning. So like if you ever get hair and it's gorgeous in the beginning and maybe after you wash it, it's not so pretty. It's because you wash the sizing off, and the sizing is just a preservative that they put on the hair. And sometimes that's how they get people too. So I'm gonna go ahead and I am gonna cut this in the middle, but you just want to make sure that it's folded down the middle, just a touch. I'm gonna cut it in the middle, and I'm gonna lay the tracks not on top of each other, but side by side. Okay. Now I'm using an open toe foot. Let me zoom in for you guys. Let's get closer and go down. All right. Right there. I'm using an open toe foot. That is what you want to use. It's going to make your life so much easier. I did not have that when I first started doing wigs. So I'm telling y'all getting all the sauce. Okay. Because it does, your machine won't come with that. You have to purchase that separately, but it will change your life and it will make it so much easier for you to make your wigs. So with that being said, you want to make sure, trying to line it up like I need to. It's trying to be hard-headed, girl. You want to make sure that you get it in the middle. And because it's trying to be hard-headed, I'm just trying to drop it and see where it's laying at. It's folding. That's what it is. Because it was already bent. So let's do this. Instead of trying to start there, I'm going to start here. So the tracks are just going to literally be laying side by side. Because you're using a zigzag stitch, the machine is going to really be doing all the work for you. Okay. So we're gonna go in, we're gonna start stitching. This is your reverse button right here. All machines have it. We're gonna go from the front and then you want to go to the back. If you notice that it's like getting caught, just lift up your lever and come out, because sometimes it could just be a little bit kind of bulky and it won't feed through. Ultimately, when you are sewing, if you notice that it's in one spot and you pushing on the pedal and it's not moving, stop. Do not just keep sewing, okay? Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna be creating a ball of mess up underneath, okay? So if you see that happen, stop, readjust. Maybe sometimes you got to pull it out and completely cut the threads off and put it back in there, okay? So let's go ahead and keep sewing. All I'm doing is just holding the two together. I'm not overlapping them. They are literally side by side, okay? The machine is doing all the work. We're just gonna do that to the end. Take your time. You don't have to be in a rush. Now I do put my hand on that side, but you want to make sure, keep it out the way of the needle and stuff, okay, y'all? And I put my hand on that side so that I can direct. Keep them side by side. You don't want them on top of each other, okay? You just want them side by side. Keep them side by side. You can also use this technique if you do sew-ins. You can double weft, especially if you got a lot of bundles that you need to add in. Okay. Come back to the chat. Okay. You get close to the end. Notice how the open toe pressure foot literally keeps your tracks right in there. It says when you make the tracks a half an inch apart, do you double weft? I only single weft. Yeah, I don't double weft when I do them a half an inch apart, unless, like you said, unless they want it more fuller. Okay. I don't really get a lot of people who like do like 4 and 5 bundles. Because even with Xandra, she actually just got a unit made by me. When you get to the end, go back. You always want to make sure you do a front and back so that you lock it in. Pull it out to the side as such. Slide that back a little bit. When you pull it out to the side, you want to cut your threads. You will always have 2 threads at the end or the beginning, and you'll have 2 threads down here. And that's going to either be when you start making the wig. It's going to be the same way. Okay. So you want to cut those threads off always. It's better to cut the threads in the beginning, because if not, when you get to the end, you'll just have like a whole lot of threads again, and then you'll be trying to figure out where they are, what they came from. She said 2 units. Yeah, she actually just recently got 3 from me. When I did the Black Friday sale, she got her purchases in for her units. So she got a few units made. But your last one that you sent me those really long bundles. I think that had to be like 26, 28, maybe 30-inch hair. That hair was very long, was so pretty. But the longer that you guys go far as length, the less hair is in the bundle. So I was going to double weft them because I was thinking that I could, but then when I started pulling out, I was like, oh, no, I can't. And I need to make sure that I got enough hair to use all the tracks. So it ended up working out. But yeah, so you guys, if you get people who are sending you a lot of longer lengths, you may want to get a few more bundles. In her case, it worked out perfectly. because I did the single weft tracks and I did my spacings pretty much a half an inch apart. And it, like I said, it worked out. So, all right. So we got 4 minutes before we need to go on to live. I'm going to go ahead and turn this around. Um, you guys can pretty much ask some questions. If you have any questions, um, you can go ahead and ask me what you want to ask. I know it's only 4 minutes, but we'll stay on a little bit longer after the live. So y'all don't gotta worry like, oh, it's just over. It's not gonna be just over. I'm gonna get my other phone set up. If you want, you can come off of mute if you got a quick question you want to ask, or you can drop it in the chat. It's up to you. Up to y'all, ladies. So we did one double weft, and we'll probably do another one on live, I'm sure. But we just got this one out the way, and this is what it looks like. And it's very pliable, okay? Because a lot of times, like when I first started doing some of this stuff, you guys, Milan, you raised your hand. Let's see. Let's see. Hope I'm saying your name right too. Let's get off mute. All right, Trisha, I need some help. Okay. Turn microphones. Cool.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. What question do you have for me today?
So, thank you so much for all that you've done thus far. Truly, my question again was with regards to, I understand that there are not a lot of vendors that are dealing in bulk, natural type African hair. And I know it's not just African hair. My cousins are Malaysians and they have the same type of thick, dense hair. But being able to source or get that type of supply hair with the frontals, especially that have the natural, type of
Edges.
the edges, and of course the better, because everyone's not into the silky. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
Especially me. And these are, first, of course, I'll be starting off on myself.
Okay.
And so being able to source that type of hair that's a good quality and that is bleachable.
Okay. Now, I can check with my route vendor. I know that they have different textures. And I do know that their hair does lighten up to like the 613. But however, I'm not sure if it's going to be the kinkier textures, because it's just like, kinkier hair, even on our real hair, it doesn't color like straighter hair does. Right.
Definitely.
But the vendor that I'm talking about, I don't know if they do wholesale, but I know that this particular vendor, one of my clients got a wig made from them. Not a wig. She brought bundles from them and she brought them to me. I'll reach out. I feel like it's called Wow African.
I know them. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, but I don't know like how you could possibly get wholesale from them, because I wanted to go ahead.
No, and that's okay. As I said, right now, this learning piece, not having to immediately do B2B wholesaling, I understand it.
The other suggestion that I would make is, without necessarily purchasing the vendor list, check out Alibaba. It is going to take some research for you to do, but at least you could get some samples. And when you go on there, just be very specific about what you're looking for. Maybe you want to say like kinky, curly, textured hair, and communicate with the vendors. Like that's going to be how you're going to really get to find what you're looking for. It's going to take a lot of communication, but I think if you like put that research in, I'm pretty sure that you definitely find somebody.
Fabulous. And lastly, frontals always for the most natural look to ensure, and the softest lace, because that's been with regards to not just hair restoration, but like for me with my condition, my hair is leaving. And so poor frontals or poor closures actually irritate the skin and the scalp. And so I'm presuming you would always recommend frontals as avoiding as opposed to closures?
No, actually, it could be either or, because that's just your frontal or your closure is just going to be like the length of it. Like a frontal is going to give you an ear to ear effect. A closure is going to give you that middle type of lace effect, right? But the quality of the lace is going to be based upon your vendor. Now, the softest, thinner lace is going to be your HD lace.
Right.
Okay, that's going to be your softer, thinner lace. That's going to give you the most realistic look. Like it's going to look like scalp. Okay.
Right.
And again, that's going to just be based upon your vendor, because some vendors, you know, their regular Swiss lace is harder, which is basically what you're saying. And then there's some vendors that quote unquote say that they're selling you HD, and it's not really that thin. So
Right.
again, you just definitely want to test. I would suggest finding you a few places that you can test the hair. And I actually have on my how to start your wig business, I talk about vendors in there. I don't necessarily give away a vendor, but I'm telling you how you really can find the best vendor. It's a couple of tricks that I learned since I've been doing this, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense, you know. So you may want to get the ebook. It's only $19.99. You can get the trio pack. I feel like the trio pack is 57 or something like that, but you get all three of them. And I'm telling you how to start your bliss, how to make your first 10,000 online, and how to shift from behind the chair if you're a hairstylist.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we got a couple of other questions. Let's see what everybody says. So Renee said it will be sent immediately through the email. Yes, you will get the replay. You will get the replay. Yes, you'll get the replay. Have you seen any bundles that are gray color? Oh no, I haven't. And I turn a lot of people away because of that. Majority of the people that I know that use gray hair, they're just getting the 613 hair and they're coloring it, and then they're making their grays. I really don't like doing that, because that's just, it's grays is so funny. Like people have like different ideas of what they want their gray to look like. So I just personally stay away from it. But I feel like if, let me get this stand together, y'all, because I'm about to set my other phone up. If any of you guys in this class today start doing that, please reach out to me, because I can definitely refer you a lot of people. I always get a lot of people who ask, like, do you make gray wigs? And I just pretty much have to turn them away because I don't do it. I've made some gray wigs with commercial hair before, but not never coloring it. And maybe, just maybe one day I might get froggy and decide to, you know, start coloring the gray and all that. But as of right now, I don't want to. All right, so I'm about to get ready and turn on my live for Facebook. I do want to assure you guys that my main focus is you, okay? So any questions that you have, still feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll keep on moving like we have been. We're gonna go ahead and get the unit pretty much together. You guys got all the sauce in the beginning, and this is why I said, I was telling people, like, y'all gotta show up for the A to Z class, because that's where the scoop is gonna be. But let's go ahead and get on here. And hold on, y'all. Because sometimes Facebook be giving me a problem. Okay. Oh, it's perfect. It ain't acting up today. Good. Okay. That sunshine is so bright. All right. Let me get back set up. Okay, yeah, give me a quick second. I think I might have to go off and come back in. Okay, so if you're on Facebook and you're wanting to watch the live stream, I'm going to log off and come back in, just so that I'm going to log off and come back in. So you guys just come right back, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Now, now I can see what's going on. All right. All right. Thank you, Trisha. You are so on, girl. I promise. I told you, what would I do without you? Trisha's the lifeline. Okay. Miss Wanda, I sent you the link. You were supposed to be on the Google. I sent you a link. We've been on for 2 hours. Where was you at? I sent everybody the link last night in their emails. Everybody who paid for the class got a link. If you're on Facebook, I think you might have pushed that on accident. Yeah, I see it's gone. Okay. Um, you will get the replay, Miss Wanda. Okay. I was very specific about it though. I said that I sent out a Google link. You had to download it. That's how we used it. You could actually use it on your phone. I'm not sure if you're watching on your phone now, but you could have put it on your phone. It's just the app. It's Google Meet, and that's how you click it. So you could have watched it from your phone too as well. But however, neither everything that we did on Google, you are going to get a replay for it. Because you're on the Facebook, which is the free portion. So we're not doing all of what we just did. We just went through a lot. We've been on for 2 hours. We've been on since 9 o'clock this morning. But I'm still gonna give y'all some sauce. And Miss Wanda, you'll get the replay. Okay. So my Google people. Okay, tone that down some. Okay, so just a recap of what we did thus far. We did our cap resizing already. These were all the things that we did in the Wig Making A to Z. If you did not sign up for Wig Making A to Z, you will have the option to purchase the replay. The good thing about being in live is that they got to ask some questions, and we'll get back on with them at the end. They'll get to answer some more questions. Can everybody see me over here on Facebook? So I can see you guys. Please answer yes if you can see me over here on Facebook. We're about to get started. Can y'all see me on Facebook? How y'all doing? Can y'all see me? Okay. Okay. For the young lady who said that you couldn't see me, I would suggest that you go out and come back in. It may be something wrong with your setup, but I'm getting a lot of yeses over here. Okay. Okay, cool. All right now. So for those on Facebook who may not know me, I am Ray. I am also go by Wigiana. I'm the educator and executive. Oh my God, my mind is so blank. If you can't see me, go out and come back in because we got a lot of yeses and you're the only one who's saying no. Okay, Renee, you have a question? The tape on the wig making on the block. I'm going to actually attach a link in there. It's a young lady on YouTube that I learned this from, and it's like very instructional. Okay, so if you want to go back, because I got a lot of my canvas blocks marked up like this already. If you want to go back and do that, you can. But remember what I said. The two measurements that you are going to always need are going to be your cap and closure line and then your frontal line. The Google Meet link was only for the people who were in the Wig Making A to Z. That is a paid class. They got to see, that's why it was called Wig Making A to Z, because right now where we are in our wig process is we've done our wig mapping, we plucked our closure, we did our cap resizing. You guys could see the cap resizing on there.
So we got a lot done in the 2 hours. So that's why you wanted to be over there, okay? And that class was $29.99. The replay is going to be $19.99. And the people who pay for the Wig Making A to Z, they also got a bonus for signing up. Okay, that's why it pays to pay attention, y'all. But anyways, let's go ahead and get into this. So we went ahead and we did our lines. Again, I told you guys that I was going to show you how you can make a wig in 20 minutes or less. And I also told you that this is going to be beginner friendly. Now, on the Wig Making A to Z, we already discussed the fact of our inch spacings. Now, I did tell you guys that I like to do 1/2 inch spacing, okay? And the reason why is because I really don't prefer these big gaps, okay? That's just my personal preference. And when I do my 1/2 inch spacings, yeah, I'm not sure why you don't have any sound, sweetheart, because everybody else is saying they do. So, log completely out of Facebook. Maybe I need to do an update. And I apologize because I really don't know because everybody else has sound and they said they can see me. So when I'm doing my double inch spacings, you guys, I'm going to make sure, and if you can't see it, one thing that I can say is you can purchase the replay and it'll be for $19.99. Okay. So the double inch spacings, when I'm doing my double inch spacings, I'm going to double width. Okay. When I'm doing my 1/2 inch spacings, I'm going to single width. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? So I got my wig cap already mapped out. We know our closure is going to sit right here in the middle. And I sew my closure on last. And the reason why I sew my closure on last is because to me, it just creates extra weight on my cap that I really don't like to have in the beginning. I like to be able to just free flow, you know, and just kind of continue to go. But that's totally a preference. If you want to sew the closure on in the beginning, you totally can. It's not a problem. I just stopped doing it a while back. Okay. So this is pretty much it. This is going to be made for an average fit head. This particular head is a 22. Again, we already covered our measurements in the Wig Making A to Z. You can use a 22 to a 22.5, and you can still make a wig pretty much for anybody. Now, if their head is smaller or larger than a 22 to a 22.5, you want to get your other blockhead sizes. Now, the wig styling list actually is in my link. It's available for anybody, and all the products are coming straight from Amazon. Okay, so you can get them on Amazon, and you can get your stuff to make a wig. So I'm gonna go ahead and for those who are just tuning in on Facebook, I told the people in the group that I am going to create a vendor list for the caps because I used Q-Fit caps originally in the beginning, but I have a vendor now who I get these particular caps from, and I kind of like them a little bit better than the Q-Fit. So that vendor will be $19.99. Not only do they sell these particular caps, they also sell a lot of different things, but these are the things that I tried from them. They sell these adjustable straps. You can get these from them. They also sell the mesh adjustable caps, which I was telling them in the class, these are like my go-to caps that I normally use. And this says Ali Leader. This is one of the caps that I originally had got when I was using AliExpress, but now I do use Alibaba for my vendors for certain things. Okay. If you're looking for hair vendors, I do have a hair vendor list, which is unlike how some people sell vendors. They sell vendors of people who they don't use. I sell vendors of the people who I've used and tried in the past that I know have good hair. As well as I have my vegan friendly vendor on there for the products that I supply. I don't have a vendor from Alibaba or AliExpress for my products. My vendor is based right here in the United States, and she has a manufacturing company, and that's what she does is she produces products, not just for wigs. These products can be used on hair because, again, I was a hairstylist for 20 plus years. So, yeah, let me get you some good stuff, okay? So we're going to go ahead and get into making the wig, and let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So we already did one double weft right here.
This was our first one that we did. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and do another one. I wanted to just show them on this on our Google. We're gonna go ahead and do another one on the live. I use an open toe pressure foot. The open toe pressure foot is gonna change your life. You do have to buy it separately though, because it doesn't come with any of your sewing machines. But it's worth it. I think they're only like $7 or something. They're not much. So give me a second as I adjust my phones, and we're gonna get started. This class has been going so smooth. I'm so happy because I hate being overwhelmed. And for the people who are on the Wig Making A to Z, just so you guys know, like, you can send me videos and things like that if you are, you know, kind of struggling. Don't be afraid to reach out. You know, Renee took my class a while back, and I know that it's different when you're learning online versus being in person. But don't be afraid to reach out. Now, I will say this: it's not like I'm going to get back on. I'm gonna do a whole nother live, but you can watch this video as much as you want for the replay. And like I said, if you have questions, I'll answer them to the best of my knowledge, to try to help you along the way. Okay. But keep in mind that this is just the first class that you're taking. So it may take a one-on-one, you know, and that's totally okay. I like to tell people, like, I really didn't get wig making down until like my 4th class. I had took a lot of classes before I really had my technique together. So I don't want you to feel like, oh, because you take this one, this is an online class, that this is it. This is not the end all be all, you know. Continue to educate yourself, continue to grow, in advance. Like I said, you will get better with time, and practice makes permanent. Okay. We got somebody watching from the church, y'all. Y'all better not be spending God's money. Y'all know I'm silly. Now, if I be spending the church's money now. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do another double weft right quick. I just seen it said New Zion Missionary Baptist Church. Like, wait a minute. So this is a 16. I'm not gonna double weft my 16 right now. I just want to kind of see where I'm at when I do these two. But I do have 3 bundles though. So this is an 18-inch. Right, gotta make the wigs for the mothers. Listen, I get it. It just threw me off. I was like, wait a minute now. Okay, Facebook. I'm gonna zoom in for y'all over here. And I'm gonna come in just a little bit more. It's hard trying to get 2 cameras. Plus, I need leg room, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I think I can zoom in more though. Yeah, let's zoom in. Let's tilt it. Okay. Good stuff. All right, so I'm just gonna unravel the hair. If you're on Facebook, you can feel free to share it over there. The people on Zoom, they can't share it because it's a private group. It's for the private ladies. So I didn't talk about this before, y'all, when I was when I did the other weft. But at the end, you see how it's kind of like rolling up or whatever. I just cut that off. I know some people, like, when you spend a lot of money on hair and stuff, you be kind of funny about like cutting off anything. But if you didn't want to cut it, then you want to like flatten it out. You know, you can do that with using a flat iron, but I'm really not on that type of time. So I'm just going to cut it. I just cut it off. It's just a little bit. It's not like we losing a whole lot of it, okay? Put that to the side. So this is our other bundle. And now you just want to make sure that you have it split down the middle. We already talked about that, and I'm just going to cut it. Because when you are doing your double weft, you want to make sure that the tracks are not on top of each other like this. You don't want them on top of each other. You want them on the side of each other. Like that. Okay. So we're using our open toe pressure foot. I'll tilt that so you guys can kind of see. And it's called that for a reason, because it's open in the middle. And that, like I said, that is going to make your life 1,000 times easier. We're going to go ahead. We're going to put our hair inside of the foot. Now, both of the tracks should just comfortably fit inside of there. Okay. In Google, I'm going to zoom y'all in a little bit more. Don't worry about trying to start right on the edge, because what I notice is it starts to separate. Just get it up in there, drop the lever, and then drop it in it. These exact steps, okay? Make sure that you're going to use one hand to kind of keep the tracks laying side by side. And then the other hand, once we get to sewing a little bit, I'll show you where this other hand is going to go. For the people who just tuned on Facebook, we are using a number 7 for our tension. Our needle position is going to be in the middle. We are making sure that our width is on 3 and our length is on 3, and we're using a zigzag stitch. Okay. All right. Let's go. Go to the front. You want to make sure that you reverse it to the back. When you get to the back, then start back sewing to the front. The more you do this, the faster you'll get. But just take your time. You don't got to rush. Oh, my thread came out. So when stuff like that happens, you can pretty much hear when your machine is not working with you anymore. I could hear that thread came out. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off. It's always usually 2 strings at the beginning and the end. I'm looking for. I think the second string just pulled out. But you want to make sure that you cut them off as you go. So these are my 2 that was at the beginning. If you ever like are sewing and you notice that your machine is sounding different, it's probably something going on. Like you could be out of thread at the bottom, like your bobbin could be out of thread. It's just certain little troubleshooting things that you want to do. Again, I had said in the class, I really don't always go over like how to thread your machine and stuff, because one of the students said they have amazing singer classes online that you can watch. So you just want to get familiar with your machine. And I will say this, I didn't originally start out with a brother machine. I didn't originally start out with a singer. I started out with a brother. Brothers are actually less expensive, but I do like this singer better though. I originally started with a brother machine, and that's what I was doing my classes with in the very beginning. I was doing them with brothers, and I knew that I wanted to get a singer, but I just hadn't. And the brothers was working for me. The brothers was working. The brothers was working for me, so I just was using it. But when my last one, it ended up going out on me. It started doing something crazy. And I was like, I'm investing into a singer. And I'm glad that I did, because it definitely is a huge difference. These machines are just more heavy duty. So like whereas the brother was kind of like the hair would get caught in more places and things like that, these don't do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and place it back under, making sure that it's in the middle and just start snipping. Oh my God, that thread came out again. Oh, okay, it's okay. These are little things that happen sometimes. I feel like what I didn't do is I didn't pull the thread far enough under the machine because you got to pull it far enough under the machine too. So I'm gonna pull it far under the machine because listen, nobody got time for that. I don't have time for that at all. Drop your lever, drop your needle, start yourself. I'm making sure that I use my left hand to keep the tracks laying next to each other. Again, remember I said the tracks, we don't want the tracks to lay on top of each other. We just want them to lay side by side. That's going to give you more of a bendable, pliable double weft. I'm not pulling the hair through. I'm letting it guide through by itself. I'm just using this hand to just kind of direct. We're almost at the end. When you get to the end, make sure that you go front to back, lift your lever up, cut the 2 strings on the end, and cut the other 2 strings that you created. They're going to be somewhere back here because we start in the middle. Can't see them. No, they're there though. Got them. Got them. There you go. There go the other 2 strings right there. Okay. All right, so we got 2 bundles of hair double wefted. As of right now, that's all I'm going to do. Because like I said on the Google Zoom or the Meet, I like to, at the top, I kind of like to do single wefts just because if I'm going to do the double weft technique and do the 1-inch spacings, I don't want the top to be spaced like that. And that's, like I said, that's just my personal preference. None of this is law. You can do double wefts all the way up to the top. I think those are like the best for like bods to me. That's just what I think. So I had talked about this particular line down here, That's the furthest that you want to come down on your unit. You want to leave this band down here free, okay? I'm not going to use that line though. I'm going to use this line just because that's really my first line for me. I'm going to go ahead, lift our lever. That's the one we just did. That's the one we already had. We're going to take our double weft track and cut this one. I could use that if I want, but I'm gonna just be very particular about what I'm showing y'all so everybody can be lined up. So check this out. So the double weft is of course two-sided, right? You want to use the flatter side to go down, okay, which is going to be the side that you don't see both of the tracks on. Okay, so this is the side you see both of the tracks on. This is the side that we want to be the downside. Okay, and let me wipe this screen a little bit. Okay, so we're going to start with this line right here. Now, the key to making your wig correctly when you start sewing is you do not want to push or pull or force your cap, okay? When you are sewing, you're going to be using two hands, and I'm very particular about this even in my class. This hand is going to hold what's in front of you flat, and then this hand is going to guide your track, okay? And we put our thumb up underneath just to make sure that it's not necessarily bulking up under there. Zoom that out a little bit so y'all can see it a little better. Okay. Okay, just so that it's like not bulking up under there. That is very, very important. I recently did a class with a young lady and she was doing a lot of like adjusting, lifting the lever up. You do not have to do that, okay? Once you start seeing me sew, you're going to see what I'm saying. Because what happens is when you start doing a lot of this, you are repositioning the cap. When you start to reposition and cap, more likely that's where you're going to start to create the lumps and the bumps, okay? And that's what we do not want. We do not want a bulky, bumpy, lumpy wig, okay? So follow what I'm saying. Trust me, it will work out. Now, I will say this. If you don't get it right the first time, it's okay. Just go back to what you learned today and do it again. Do it again until you get it. Because I can guarantee that if you start getting lumps and bumps, you're doing some pushing or some pulling. And what also happens with you doing the pushing and the pulling, what will happen is your cap will start to shrink or it will be too big. So that's why you don't want to do that either. Okay. And trust me, I did the lumps and the bumps in the beginning, so I know. That's why I said you may have to take a few classes. It's okay. It may be, but from what I see on here, it looks pretty clear. But if you wanna come over there to Facebook, you can. Try to go in here, see if it's something that I can change. I don't think so. Yeah, if you guys want to come over to Facebook, you can. It's totally fine on mine. This will be recorded either way. Practice makes progress. Exactly right. Yeah, if you guys want to come over to Facebook, you can. Again, it's still going to be recorded for you. So you'll be able to come back and watch it. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So I'm lift my lever back up because I was just trying to demonstrate to y'all. So again, I'm not starting on that last line because I was just wanting to show them how far down you could come. I will say you want to make sure that you kind of keep your hair up and don't let it drag down. So why do you curve the lines downward? Um, they weren't necessary. This one is kind of curved downward. When you do your lines, you want to kind of make them in a direction of how you want your unit to lay. But these lines are pretty much kind of straight. And then as I go to the front, I like to curve up a little bit. And the reason why I do that is because I want the hair to fall more around the face versus the hair to, like, I don't know, like if you see a person and like they got a side part or a middle part and the hair is just like straight down on their face, a lot of that is because of how the tracks are directed. So if you kind of take the track and you kind of like, this just got a slight curve to it, right? But that slight curve will allow the hair to fall more forward the face instead of just straight down. All right. So I hope that makes sense. And then back here, I guess I would slightly just curve it a little bit maybe, but these are kind of pretty straight though. It looks more curved because this unit is circular, but they're straight. Okay. This is straight, 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 straight. And then it kind of starts to curve as we get around to the front. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to do our first track. Now, the purpose of the lines is, of course, so that you can follow one, right? Hold on. Get this here. The purpose of the lines is so that you can follow them. You want to make sure that when, of course, again, you have to buy this foot. This foot will not come with your machine. It doesn't come with any of the machines that I've seen thus far. So you have to buy it separately. It is in that list of that link list that I sent you guys though. But you want to use the lines that's, your direction. We call them directional lines or track mapping placement, or this is your guide. So you take your track, you put your track directly on the line. Okay. You put the track at the edge of the cap. Okay. Now, this seems to be hard for some people for some reason when they first start sewing, because they always start like right here or right here. If you need to, I would want you to go over, then to come this way. Okay. So let's just say if you notice when you start to sew and you put your foot down, it kind of moves it a little bit, pull it back past the cap versus you coming here. Okay. You want your line to be covered. You want your tracks to be completely to the edge of the cap. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to place my cap under first. And then I'm going to place my hair on top of the cap, right on the line. I'm making sure, remember what I said, all I'm making sure that's flat is what's in front of me. What I don't want you to do is be trying to worry about all this. This is not a concern of yours until you get there, okay? We want to make it what's flat, what's in front of us. So I'm going to go ahead and drop my foot. I'm going to go ahead and drop my lever. I'm going to adjust, get my hand placements together. Make sure that my cap is smooth and flat. So before we start, breathe, okay, y'all? Because some of y'all don't be breathing. Y'all be holding y'all breath and y'all be nervous as hell. I want you to breathe, okay? Breathe. Excuse me, my throat is dry. I want you to breathe. Get your hand movement together. Practice this first. You can use 2 fingers. You can use 3 fingers, whatever. You just want to make sure that this is flat. This particular hand is to keep your track on the line, and our thumb is underneath the cap just to make sure it's nothing bulking up down there, because a lot of this is like a feel type of technique. Okay, so what I don't want you to do, let's talk about what we don't want to do. I don't want you doing this. I don't want you pulling. Okay, remember, pulling and pulling is going to give you bulk. I don't want you doing this at all. I want you to just let your hand lay on your cap. All we worried about is what's in front of us. what we sewing right now. And this is why you can take your time. Now it's 11:41. And because I want to show you guys how to do this, I'm not going to rush through it, but I know that we could literally make this wig in 20 minutes for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to start sewing, and you don't want to go too slow, but you don't want to go too fast. Okay, so the same way that we did our double weft is the same way that we're going to sew. So we're going to start sewing. Sew to the front. Sew to the back. Make sure that you go all the way to the edge. Okay. Go back. I talked about this earlier. If you are sewing and you notice that it's not moving, lift your lever up, readjust it a little bit, because a lot of times what happens is the track is just a little too thick to push through. Put your lever back down, drop your needle, start sewing. Okay. Keeping your track on your guide. Okay. This is why we're using both hands. We want to keep our track on our guideline. Keeping the guideline inside the pressure foot. And then that way everything is all lined up. All right. Keep what's in front of us flat. That's all we worried about right now. What's in front of me? What am I sewing? Okay. Take your time and breathe. This is why I'm doing a little bit at a time. What I don't want you doing is this. You're not skilled enough to do that yet. Okay. I'm barely skilled enough to do that. I still take my time. If you need to turn it some, you can. Reverse. Come back to the end. Lift your lever up. Lift your needle up. Pull it out to the side. I'm going to cut it. Got our first track. Pretty easy, right? Remember I said you got 2 threads at the beginning and 2 threads at the end. When I cut my track, I usually cut my 2 threads at the end. And I come back. And I want to cut the 2 threads at the beginning. We just did our first track, you ladies and gentlemen. The stitching is nice and neat. Notice that we're right on the line. Okay. See that? You got your first one. Let's go ahead and do our second one. And this is basically repetition from here. This is all we're doing. We're going to continue to do the same thing till we get to the top. So I'm going to just be repeating myself pretty much. Let's do the second track. Oh, some threads. Okay. Those threads just that I already cut. Let's do our second track. You can go ahead and you can place it right there. You can place it there before you put it under there, or if you want to put the cap under there, whatever is easy for you. Making sure, I'll show you guys. Make sure that your cap is flat. And this is why I don't put the closure on in the beginning. Because if I had the closure on in the beginning, that would just be extra bulk that I'm trying to kind of keep out the way. And I really don't want to worry about trying to do that in the beginning. Hold on a second. Drop our lever, drop our needle. Make sure our hand adjustments are where we need them to be. Keeping my cap flat. Start sewing and reverse. When we get to the end, if it's stuck right there, lift the lever up. Okay, do not keep sewing. If you see it's not moving, do not keep sewing. Yes, it is still the zigzag stitch and the settings are the same. I'm using my left hand to guide my track. I'm using my thumb on the inside of the cap because I want to make sure that it's smooth and flat in there as well. but I'm making sure that it's smooth and flat on the top. Let's continue to sew. Keeping it smooth and flat. Do a little bit at a time. And what I don't want you doing, don't do this. Don't do that. Just sew, okay? You don't have to go that slow. I've had people, it's like, just because you slow it down doesn't mean that you're going to be any more better, but you just want to do a little bit at a time. So look, little bit, stop. Now I can readjust. A little bit, stop. Now you can readjust. Because now I'm making sure that I'm just focusing on what's in front of me. Focusing on what's in front of me. I get to the end, keeping my track on my line. Look at that, y'all. Telling y'all, this is super easy. Get to the end, rewind, go back to the edge. Pull it out to the side again. Yes. We got our second track on. Cut it. See the two threads that was on the end and stuck to the track, so I can cut them off. And then we got our two threads at the beginning. Doing the same thing. We're just gonna keep doing repetition. Okay. Make sure when you take your threads, you want to place them behind the machine and you want to pull them out back around the machine. That was part of the reason why the threads was coming out on us before. Now we on our third track. I'll show you guys the inside. And I'm gonna show you guys how to check it in a second. Now I don't know why when I see other people's wigs, to me what those spaces look it's like entirely huge, but this 1 inch spacing is not bad. Okay. We're gonna come here and we're gonna follow our guide. So we can do one more row with this particular track and then we'll be on our next bundle. And this is how a lot of people, when they get done, they're like, oh, I can sew a wig in like 10 minutes. Because, I mean, literally, you can sew one of these in like 10, 15 minutes easy when you're using wider spaces. It takes me a little bit longer when I'm using my single weft spacing, of course, which I don't mind because that's just how I like to do it. You want to make sure you drop your lever down and do the same thing. Hand motion, fingers on top to guide the track. This hand is used to keep it flat. Okay, let's go. Go to the beginning. Rewind to the end. Come back. Now you're going to have to kind of lift it up because what happens is that pressure foot tries to kind of slide under that track. That's okay. Just take your time right there. If you need to readjust it because it's not moving, it's okay. What's that doing? Trying to be unruly. Same thing, y'all. Worry about what's in front of you. Okay. Notice I'm just only doing a little bit at a time. You do not need to get over, don't try to get ahead of yourself. I notice every time that I would try to get ahead of myself, I would mess up. Keeping what's in front of me flat. Using this left hand to make sure that I'm staying on my guide. Get to the end, reverse, come back to the edge. Does anybody have any questions thus far? I'm gonna do the same thing. Go ahead and cut it. Now we got a little bit of hair left. And because we do, we're going to use it. And this is good so I can show you guys how to join tracks. It's pretty easy though. But I'm going to show you how to join tracks so we no hair left behind. I think you're out of, yeah, we out of thread at the bobbin. So we need to rebobbin this. So if I had kept sewing, what would have happened is I would have thought that I was sewing my wig and I would have got to the end and it wouldn't have been sewed down. So when those things do happen, you always have to troubleshoot. So the first thing that you want to check is your bobbin, because if the bobbin is out, the thread, it takes 2 threads to sew. So this, you got your bottom and your top, and this is the one underneath. So if this one is not there, it won't sew it completely, okay? So if you ever run into that and you get to the end and it's like, oh my God, why is this not a full stitch because you thought you were sewing, more likely your bobbin is out of thread. So let's go ahead and put that on. In the meantime, I'm going to do something right quick. Show y'all. So if the unit is flat, sugar God, if the unit is flat and your tracks are lining up like they should, you should be able to put it right back on your mannequin head and they should lay extremely flat just as such. Okay. This is how you cross check it. Because I remember when I first started making wigs, I was like, well, how do you know you really that it's flat? You know, well, you'll know when you put it back on your cap. You should be able to put it back on your canvas block and it should be flat. If it's not flat, again, you are pushing or you are pulling. Okay. And if that's the case, just go and take that track off that's not flat and do it again. All right. So let me go ahead and redo the bobbin. If you guys have any questions, this is a good time to ask what you may need answers to. And we'll go from there. Again, for those who may be watching on Facebook Live, we did all the other behind the scenes A to Z information on our Google Meet. That was a paid class. Those people will get the replay. If you would like the replay, it is available for resale on my website, and you can actually purchase it now. It'll be sent to you guys within 24 hours. For the people who did the wig making A to Z, they also got a bonus where I'm going to style the unit. This is the Bella unit. It's one of my top selling units. It's a closure unit and it's also universal. So I'll go back in the end and I'll like put it on and, you know, do all that cute stuff. So I'm not really showing this part, but I'm just redoing my bobbin. Oh my God. Hold on. No, 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 no. See, look at that. Oh man. That's what I want to create too. When I say it don't matter how long you've been making wigs, trust me, things happen. And quietly, I don't want to use this on live. I'm just going to do a whole new one. Because you want your bobbins to be like, you want your thread to be smooth. And I don't really want to take the chance of that not working for me because I want to get the wig finished up for you guys. Y'all hear how smooth that sounds? That's how it should sound. when it stops winding, the bobbin is full, can't wind anymore. And you want to be careful not to try to overwind your bobbin because it'll like kind of make it like spread and then it won't lay in that plate like it needs to. So just be careful with that. I did that the other day and the bobbin kind of like spread it, kind of was looking a little pregnant or something, and it didn't lay flat inside the bed. So it has to be flat in there. And then again, our good friend Milan, she told us that you can watch any of these singer classes on YouTube and learn how to use it properly. But after you get it threaded and stuff, I mean, you put your settings on, you pretty much good to go. So I'm just threading it. And I can always tell the people who actually listen and watch the video before they come to class, because there's some people that come to class and have no clue about none of this. And I'll be like, yeah, you didn't watch the video. And it really just runs into your learning time because the machine is almost a class within itself. Go ahead and replace our plate. Now we are ready to continue to sew. All right, y'all. So I'm taking my wig back off my canvas block. And we're going to go ahead and continue with that track that we had because we don't want to be wasting hair, right? If it was a little bitty piece, you know, like half of this, then I would be like, okay, I wouldn't be so pressed about using it. But that's a nice piece. So we're going to go ahead and use it. I'm going to go ahead and put our cap underneath. And we're going to go ahead and put our track on top of the cap. Okay. I mean, I didn't mean to press on it actually. Drop it, put our foot in, our needle in. I got my thumb up underneath. I have my left hand directing my track. And I got my right hand keeping it flat. Look at that. Start to sew. Reline to the end. Go ahead and sew. It's stuck a little bit. So again, remember I said like sometimes the track will kind of get stuck in there because it'll be a little bit bulky on the end. Start to continue to sew. Now, because this is an end, I kind of got to make sure that I do place it a little bit more to make sure that it stays on target, okay? But that's okay. You'll wind it at the end the same way you would do. I'll do that a couple of times. Now check this out. So now we at the end of that track. Instead of lifting it up and taking it out and cutting it, I'm gonna take my other track and I'm just gonna start right there. So I'm gonna lift this up, make sure my needle is out. I'm gonna go ahead and place this track right next to that one. Okay. I'm gonna put it under there as such. Just trying to move a little bit. There. Start to sew. Rewind. You're doing the same thing if you was just starting on the edge, but this time you ain't starting on the edge, right? Now, the more hair you start putting on there, the bulkier it's gonna kind of get, but you want to kind of just keep your hand motions the same. Use your left hand to guide it. right hand is to keep what's in front of us flat. Take your time. Rewind. Take it out. This is my joining track, and sometimes I get it even more seamless than that. But that's pretty much how you want to do it. Okay. Just want it to be continuous. And you don't feel any like lumps or anything in there with that joining like that. And that's how you want it to be. And make sure you cut your threads at the beginning and the end always. Go ahead and wrap your threads back around your machine and you're ready for your next track. Now again, I'm doing the same thing. Make sure that the side that you can see the two tracks on is on the inside and the flat side is right there. All right. Look how we almost done. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and these are single. So let's go ahead and do our next double one. I'm gonna do it right here. And let me say this for the people who are extra, extra, extra anal. You do not necessarily have to be right on it. Like what I don't want you guys to be so focused on is that you try to make sure it's right there and you feel like you got to take it off. Oh, I'm not right on it, or I'm a little bit over it, or if you start here, trust me, it will line up. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and pop this back under here. For our track. Using our hand. Drop our lever. Start yourself. Back. The end. If it come out, that's okay. Like when I went back, when I did my reverse, it comes out some. It's okay. You can always put it back up in there. Okay. Go ahead and sew. Take your time. Your left hand is guiding your track. Your right hand is keeping what's in front of you flat. Okay. That's all you need to be focused on. You don't need to be worried about what's going on behind you, what's going on in front of you. You just need to be focused on what's going on right in this area. Keeping the track flat and not overly aggressively pulling. None of that. Like I said, the more hair you start putting on the bulkier that it's going to kind of get in your hand. And that's okay. Just focus on this. And I kind of got a little bit off right there, but I'm going to make up for it. So I'm going to get back on. Keep the track flat. Track flat. Keep it flat. Focus on what's in front of you only. Take it out. Cut it. Cutting right there at the cap, y'all. Okay. We're gonna come in. Remember, I said it's always 2 threads, and I promise y'all, you want to cut these threads as you go. Because if you don't, you just gonna come back and you're gonna be like, this threads everywhere. Go ahead and wrap it back around. This track won't be probably enough to finish the whole entire row, but we're gonna go ahead and use it because we would dare not waste that. Right. So we're gonna go ahead and place it. Put our cap under there. Put our track on top of it. Drop our lever. Put my thumb underneath just to make sure that my cap is not bulking up under the bottom, and making sure that my hand is flat and my cap is flat and straight. Let's go. Go to the front. Rewind. Start to sew. Stay focused. Continue to breathe as you do this. And that's why you're going a little bit at a time. I always know when my students start rushing because the machine is going like, no, I want you to stop. Stop. Because that's going to allow you to make sure that you're staying in focus like you need to. A little bit at a time. As we start to kind of curve, you can drop your needle in there so that way it stays on track and you can like readjust it. Notice that I'm not lifting up the whole lever and trying to pull it out because, again, like I said, you do not want to be moving that cap around. You want to keep the cap in position. Make sure it's flat. That's why you got to use both of your hands, y'all. But don't excessively pull it. You're just making sure it's flat. Like I'm literally not pulling it. I'm just making sure it's flat. Making sure it's flat. Because now I'm about to join the track. Now, I got to ever breathe. Because I'm about to join the track, I am going to have to take this out because I don't have my last pack double wefted. Okay. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to pull it out to the side. And we're going to cut those strings. So it's going to be one on the top and one on the bottom. You always got two. Then you got your two up here where you started. That's one right there. One on the top, one on the bottom. All right, so now let's do another double wefted track. And because we're at the end, we have this one is our another double weft. And then we are going here. And actually, I'm not going to double weft the whole entire track. So I'm going to do, this one is going to be a double. This one will be a double. And this will be a single and a single. Okay. So we're just going to double weft just a little bit of the bundle. We're almost done. Look at that. That didn't take long at all. Super easy for you guys to follow along. So on the end, I'm gonna make sure that I do what I did last time. I'm cutting that extra off. And like I said, you don't have to cut it. You could literally flat iron that out if you wanted to make it straighter. We're trying to see. 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'm going to double weft half of this. Yeah, I'm gonna double weft half of it. I'm just folding it in half to make sure that that's balanced. Go ahead and pop it under there. Drop your rubber. It's trying to move. I hate when you do that. Okay. Cool base. Be careful when you put your hands up under there. Because you don't want to, accidentally hit your hands. I've done that before. That hurts a lot. Get to the end and then go back. Same thing. Gotta reverse up out of there. Reverse, reverse. Okay. Go ahead and cut it. You got 2 threads at the beginning and the end. Same thing. Make sure you cut it. Take your thread, pull it around the back of your machine as such. And we will finish on our argument. We're almost done. Kind of gotta get it up in there. Get it up in there. You take control of the unit. Don't let it take control of you. Okay. Get it up in there how you want it. Take your track. Gonna take that other track and we're just gonna literally put them side by side so we can join them. Drop your lever. Drop your needle. Start to sew. Same thing that you did before, you got to do now. You want to go in reverse. Now I'm going to have to readjust that a little bit because I can see it's not quite in here. Okay, I got it. Let's go. I'm going to go back over that just because I'm real particular about that. They got to be locked in. Continue to sew. Take your track, keep it on your line. You get to the end, reverse, and come back out. Does anybody have any questions? What are you saying why to, Miss Wanda? I'm not sure why you said why. We got Trisha on here, so Trisha is, listen, she is working it all the way out, baby. What did you ask why about? Okay. I'm cutting it. I see you said why. Just let me know why you asked why, because I'm not sure. Talking about a lot of stuff here. Because we started in the middle right here, that it's a thread right there. Okay. Because remember, it's always two threads at the beginning and the end, but it depends on where you started at. Is it a big difference between the brother runway model edition and the Singer heavy duty? I bought the brother because it had more options, stitching, LED display. If the difference is great, I will sell the brother and buy the Singer. I really don't know because I had a person come to a class one time with this real fancy brother and I had no idea to work it. I will say that simple is better. You only are going to use one, maybe two stitches on this Singer. I was using a straight stitch sometimes. It just was dependent. Like I was using my straight stitch when it came to me sewing like some of my shorter wigs at times, but I kind of went back to the zigzag stitch because the zigzag stitch is a stitch that you want to use for your stretch materials. With that being said, as long as you know how to use the machine that you have, you can use any one. It really doesn't matter. I know that the settings may change on the different machines because like on my brother, my settings were not much different, but just a little bit different. And again, it will depend on your preference too. I mean, these are kind of going to be like your average settings. I pretty much think like most wig makers are using between these settings. You may have a little bit more tension or a little less tension depending on what you like, but they're pretty much set. When it comes to your brother, you just have to play around with it because the young lady that came to the class, like I said, I didn't have a clue how to work her machine. And she didn't have a clue either, which wasn't really good. But as long as you know how to work it, it's totally fine. So we're going to go ahead and go in with our next. This is our last double weft, you guys. We're going to go ahead and put that there. We're going to drop the needle. Again, like I said, the more hair you start to put on it, the more like bulkier is going to get to you, like when it comes to trying to hold it, but just take your time. Okay. Ray, which Singer series do I have? Hold on. Why do you double that part? Because we're making a beginner friendly wig, Miss Wanda. So I was saying that I do like to use single wefts. When I use single wefts, you guys, I use a 1/2 inch spacings. When I'm using double wefts, I use 1 inch spacings. And the reason why I'm going to use single wefts up here at these last couple of tracks that we have up here is because I like my top to be flat, but I also don't like the big spaces closer to the top. So that's why I do that. Like you'll see most wig makers where they'll do the 1 inch double weft spacings all the way up to the top. I'm just personally not a fan of it. And like I said, that's probably just my hairstyling techniques where I know that you want it to be flat up there. You don't want it to be large spaces up there. So the double weft, like on down in the back and on the sides is okay. But once you start getting to the top, I would personally suggest that you go to a single weft and you do 1/2 inch spacings up there. So I hope I answered your question. And you said, Brunella, you asked what singer brand. I'm not sure. I'll look on the box before we get off of here and I'll tell you guys exactly what model it is. But I will tell you that if you click that link, it will take you to the Amazon, and that's the one that I use because I made sure because I know that they do like I think they're like kind of upgrading them a little bit, but I'll tell you that like the one that I have. So I'll drop it in there. So the technique is the same, you guys. Again, we're just going to go ahead and make sure that we keep what's in front of us flat. That's the only thing that we are focusing on. So far, you have no clue how to use it. You got to watch a class. You got to go to YouTube. So I'll start in the beginning, and I'm going to do a reverse, go all the way to the edge. If you notice that it's not centered in here, just please readjust it, you guys, before you like don't let yourself get so far into it and you be like, dang, I'm super off on my line. Get on track when you notice that you're off. So I'm just using my left hand. Notice that my technique is not changing. I'm very particular about my hand positioning. I'm using my left hand to make sure that I guide my track. I'm using my right hand to make sure that I'm keeping my cap flat. Go ahead and stop. We're doing a little bit at a time. Okay. We're coming into a curve. When you get to the curves, ladies and gentlemen, we probably got some guys on here who want to take it for granted. If you need to lift your lever up, if you ever lift your lever up, make sure that your needle is in it. Don't lift your lever and the needle is not in it. This is how you're going to stay on track. Then guess what? Now I can turn it some, but my needle is still positioned. And I can drop my lever back down. I can start this off. We're almost done with this one. Getting that hair out the way. Just like I said, take control of your unit. Don't let the unit take control of you. When you get to the curves, curve it. Okay. On the edge. Now check this out. I'm going to show you guys something because we got to do this because you don't want to take any shortcuts. So look, I got a little bit of cap still showing right there, but that's okay because guess what else? I got a little bit of, I got weft that I can use. Just on there. So I'm gonna go ahead and just join this extra little bit of this weft right there. And because it's so small, I'm not going to like try to go in and double weft that part. Really, it really is pointless. But I don't want to leave that extra cap exposed like that. So I put my track under there. And I'm gonna sew the rest of that. Go back just like I normally would do and sew it. And I went over that a couple of times. Ta-da! See that? Join together. Don't get to the end and get lazy. You know what I mean? It's like you do all this work and you want this beautiful unit, and then we'll get to the end and it's like, oh, whatever. Don't get to the end and get lazy. All right. So now we're gonna do our single wefts. I believe I didn't cut these threads, so yeah, I didn't. So we got our 2 threads. Let's cut them. And we already cut the ones over here. If your tracks are going a little bit past your cap, make sure you cut it. It would be in good suggestion to get you some small little shears like this that are really sharp. I feel like these are like nails shears stuff, but get you some so that you can get in those little small areas because it's gonna be needed. All right, so let's go ahead and just do these last couple of tracks. Follow your guide. This one is here. This is my closure line. So I'm gonna do this one next. This one is not coming all the way to the edge. And it's just gonna be based upon how you draw your lines, you guys, okay? So I don't want you guys to feel like you gotta be anal, like, well, Ray's gonna like that. It was just how my lines just happened to lay at that time. Okay. Got my needle. Using both of my hands still. My right hand is to keep it flat. Go ahead and stop. Rewind it. Go ahead and stop. I'm on a curve. Check this out. You notice how my lever is in. I'm on, my needle is in. I lift my lever up. I start to turn it. Okay. Lift it up. Turn it, y'all. I'm directing my track. I'm just going back over that because it was feeling a little funny to me. But I normally don't do that. Put my hand under there. Keep control over what you're doing. Keep your tap. Follow your back. If you need to lift it because you need to turn it, do as such. Drop your lever back down. Rewind it. Lift it up. Remember, this track did not come all the way to the end. Thank you so much. Sandra has been following me for a while. Like, she actually started following me in the beginning of me going online with my platform because I had been selling wigs to people from the city I'm from, Dayton, Ohio, and like the surrounding areas. I would have people travel from Columbus and Cincinnati all the time, but I really hadn't like branched out and started selling them online. And like a little bit before COVID had hit, I started getting, I wanted, like I said, I wanted to come from behind a chair. And I was like, I think being a hairdresser, we just like, if you've been doing hair your whole life, you really don't know what else you can do. But it's a huge transition. But thankfully, I wasn't in a position where I couldn't do hair. I just didn't want to do it. So I just had to figure it out. And making wigs was the other option. And it's funny enough, I'm still going to be doing wigs, but I got another thing that I'm about to actually shift into that has absolutely nothing to do with hair. I'm looking forward to that journey as well. But I'll still be here to educate and, of course, make quality units for you guys too. So this particular track is going here and we coming straight across. And then we got one more track, y'all, and we done. So we're gonna place that under there. We want to make sure that this track is going completely across to the other one that we left off at. Like they need to just, they like kissing, okay? They like kissing. So drop my lever. Make sure we smooth. I'm gonna drop my needle. Making sure my hand positions are the same. Go ahead and start sewing. Now I noticed that I'm not quite in the middle because the thing is you want your hair and your guideline to be in the middle or either at the edge of that foot, the far edge to the right, y'all. Because if it's too far over, then that's gonna be how you're gonna like get off. Okay. So I'm scooting that up under there some more. And I'm dropping it. I'm gonna come in. So this is what I mean. You see how it's in there? You want to make sure it's in there. Okay. So if it's too far over, then that's how it will be easy for you to get off. So make sure that you are inside the lever. Okay. And the pressure, the open toe pressure foot, it basically like keeps you on track. Like that's the purpose of using it. Thank you, Zandra. You want both of them? Okay. I see you over here answering questions to people. All right, y'all, let's go. Same thing until we done. Keeping it flat. Do not stretch it, okay? I'm not stretching it. I don't care what that look like back there. I'm worried about what's right here. Do not stretch it. Just keep it flat. Listen. Get to the end. Go ahead and rewind. And back to the end. Even though it's in the middle and it's not all the way to the cap, your technique is not going to change. And you can you'll pretty much know that you flat because it's gonna look flat, y'all. I'm telling y'all, like if it don't got that look to it, yeah, you probably ain't flat. Now, what I will say is something that I was doing in the very beginning, and I don't necessarily do that now because I'm more confident in my technique. But when I first started sewing, every track, I would put it back on the mannequin head. Every track. And I honestly say that if you are new to this, do that. Because what it does, it's going to build your confidence as you go. Because if you see like, oh, okay, I got that one right. I got that one right. I got that one right. You're going to start feeling more confident in what you're doing. And then you'll feel confident enough to not have to keep doing that, you know? But I promise when I first started, that's what I was doing. Like every track that I would sew, I would go back and I would put it on here and I would be praying to God that it would be that it was flat. I was like, oh my God, Lord, please let this one be flat. Because originally when I started sewing wigs, I had to take so many classes just to properly get it. I have people who was teaching me that they was giving me a little bit, but they wasn't giving me all. Like how I'm being very transparent with you guys, and I'm telling you, like I usually use 1/2 inch spacings. Most people will say, "Oh, this is how I make my wig." Yeah, I have made wigs like this, but my thing is 1/2 inch spacings. This is how you make a very beginner friendly and quick wig. That's how some people, when they post that, "Oh, I made this wig in 10 minutes." That's how, because they're using 1 inch spacings. So you don't have to make them so close. Make sense? I'm sure it makes sense. So I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna start doing the same thing because again, my technique is not changing. It's so repetitive. It's not a way that you can predict how to do it to the beginning, come all the way to the end, and continue to sew. Now, and you can somewhat put your thumb back up under there to keep it smooth and flat. But as you get like kind of closer to the top, like I said, it's just going to be more hair, which is going to create more bulk. And you may not be able to fully adjust to get under here. When you get down here to the end like this, make sure you keep your needle in position. Lift your lever. Turn, turn, turn. This is how you get these corners. Just like that. Okay. I got off a little bit. I need to get back on track. If you get off a little bit, just get back on track. Don't stay off track. That's the key. When you notice you're off, just get on track. I'm turning because I'm at a curve, but notice that my needle is still in position. Drop my lever. I can come down a little bit before I fully turn. Now I'm turning. There we go. Lift that lever up. There we go. Okay. This one is coming all the way to the end. Good stuff. I'm gonna take it off and place it on the cap. And we're gonna sew the closure on. Now I do sew my closures on by hand still. And that's just my preference. I do actually know how to sew on with the sewing machine. But to me, what I notice is that sometimes they shift. I don't like that. Hold on, y'all. Get the camera set up and get my bottle of water because it's sister is parched. I'll show you. Get these cameras set up for y'all. And we almost done. Now again, for those people who pay for the class, I'm gonna do a styling portion for you guys. And you guys will have that within 24 hours as well with the other zone. So y'all just gotta give me a little bit of time because I'm gonna eat me some lunch. And again, remember I told y'all I gotta like wash your hair and stuff. So I still gotta come back and wash this unit. But I'll get that to you guys. Show you how I'm doing this. Okay. Hold on, Facebook. All right, so make sure that you put your cap and closure back where it needs to be. And you guys can see that it's flat. It's flat, flat. It's flat, flat too. I love it when it's flat like that. I love it when you call me Big Mama. I love it when it's flat. Boy, I'm telling you, I used to stop breathing when I would get to this part. I'd be like, oh God, I gotta put this cap back on this wig now because I was pushing and I was pulling. So it was lumpy. And I would just be terrified when it came down to me having to put my tracks back on because of that. Now, on this particular unit, I will say we use almost completely 3 bundles. When you do your 1/2 inch spacings, I promise you won't use all 3 unless you want to. 3 is cool. Three is a little bit full for a smaller head, like depending on the style. Like, so use your discretion when it comes to that. But if you are using those double inch spacings, you're going to use closer to 3 for sure. Okay. All right. So we're going to get ready. We're going to put the closure on. We talked about the stitch with the Zoom class. We're doing like the crossover stitch where we create the loop. I'm gonna go ahead and pin my cap back down because just when I get the sewing in, I don't want it to do a lot of like moving around or whatever. So I'm gonna pin it back down. Oh, thank you. Wait till I don't think your unit's probably arrived to you yet. That long one, man. Listen, I don't know where you got that hair from, but I feel like that's raw hair that you sent me. And I was like, man, when she colored it, I think because one thing about the raw hair, it's like all version hair, of course, is never like black, but the raw hair is like a lighter brown than just that natural 1B brown. And that's kind of what that unit looked like. I was like, I wonder, is this hair raw? It was so pretty. And that closure bleach, perfect. I'm telling you, that's some of the best hair that you sent outside of the hair that I did the first wig for you for. That hair was really nice too. The curly hair was nice too. It just, the closures didn't really lighten when it came to bleaching the knots. And I was like, what did they do? So I'm gonna lift this up. These stands will drive you crazy, yeah. These are GEX stands. If anybody know where to get a better stand at, please let me know. Because listen, I'll be over it. I'll be over those stands. I'm gonna go ahead and get my closure. Now again, you can sew your closure on the machine. However, I would suggest that you hand sew it first. If you're going to sew it on the machine, which I rarely ever do that, but if you are, then you want to make sure that that's just to reinforce it. I would suggest you sewing it on the by hand first. And I remember when I first did my very first closure, sewing it on the machine because I seen this girl do it, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder can I do that?" And when I did it, I was like, oh, "Okay, it was cool." But I like sewing it on by hand. Another reason why I like to sew it on by hand is because the closure is the piece that you'll probably end up removing. Like if a person were to get their wig replaced, I mean, not replaced, but if they were going to need anything replaced on it, it's going to be like your closure or your frontal unit. And it's just easier when you can just take it off. Granted, when you sew it on by hand, that doesn't mean that it won't last. That just means that you just have to sew it good by hand, right? That's pretty much all that means. So I'm going to just go ahead and I'm just placing my closure right back in that space. And if you stayed on your guidelines and things like that, then it should just pretty much line right up for you. Really shouldn't be too much that you have to think about. And it's funny because I kind of seen where I got off a little bit, and I just kind of got to readjust it a little bit. I had seen that when I was sewing. I'm like, dang, I went up a little past my guide. Hold on. I hope y'all eating lunch over there, because listen, it's lunchtime for sure. Okay, I'm gonna pin it on the front, and I'm about to get this hair up out the way too. Remember I said you can just go like a teens past the cap if you like, but not much. Like you shouldn't be like over excessively pulling that over too much. Okay. To be done, I said 1 o'clock. We did a good time. I want to thank you guys for all tuning in. Um, After we get done with this, you guys can feel free to ask some questions. I'll stay in there for a little bit where you can ask any questions that you may have. Again, if you want to drop them in the chat or on Facebook, you can feel free to do that. Let me get my needle and thread and I'll be ready. Again, I showed you guys how to tie the knot. You just want to take it. The best way I can describe it is do an X on your finger. Do it like an X. And take your needle and come from the inside of your finger. Then you can just pull it through. Super easy. Okay. Cool. All right, let's get into it. When it comes to sewing your closure round, you're gonna basically sew it like right next to your last track, right? So, yeah. And I start in the middle. You can do this however you want, but I start in the middle, and I go from like left to right or right to left, whatever. But I also do this is because I don't want any knots on the end of my unit, because what happens is if it's a knot like on the end, like let's say you start this knot over there, um as the person is wearing the unit, they'll kind of their combs or brushes or whatever they're using will get stuck in that knot, and you don't want that. So like I said, I'm just very particular about how I try to do it, because I know that these things have worked for me. Okay. So my stitch is the same, but this time I'm going to use, remember I was saying like I like to use one thread at times. So I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna cut it and I'm gonna use one thread for this. Let me just pull it out. Now I'm stitching under and I'm going through the part of the closure that's reinforced. I'm gonna zoom in for you. I'm going through the part of the closure that's reinforced, and I still got that loop that we talked about. And what it's doing, it's going to basically draw up the track and the closure together. Now, what I'm not doing is I'm not going through the track itself. I'm going under the track. And this is the same technique that I use to do my sew-ins. I'm kind of going slow for you guys so you can see it. Notice I still got my loop, keeping my hand up over, and I'm coming through the loop. So what's happening is it's pulling the track and the closure together. We made a wig, you guys. Oh, wow. Again, if you are a hairstylist or just wanting to start your wig business, I would definitely suggest that you take advantage of the ebooks. We have a special perk for those who actually leave us a review within the next 48 hours. You have 48 hours to leave us a review, and Trisha will be dropping that link for you guys. Leave us a review. Send us a screenshot of your review after you leave your review, and we will send you a 30% off discount code for the ebooks. So you guys can use that. Okay. Just take your time. You don't have to rush this, you know. Actually, wig making is one of the most relaxing things that I've ever done. And I want to just thank you guys again on the live, everybody who was on the Google Meet and everybody who was on the Zoom, because I suffer from anxiety, and like too much stimulation kind of like starts to make me like overwhelmed, and like I start getting jittery, and it's like something that just kind of happens in my brain. Like I don't think other people see it, but I feel it. And this was a very good class for me. I prayed before I came in the room, and I just asked God to lead the class. I asked him to make sure that it was smooth and that you guys got everything that you needed. And I think that we accomplished that today. I just want to thank everybody for showing up for themselves. Um, Zandra, I'm especially proud of you because I know that you had to be here. Her time zone was at 7 a.m. this morning, which is extremely early, especially on a day that you might not have to work or something. But, we make sacrifices. And that's what this year is about, you guys. Sacrifice right now so you don't have to sacrifice later. If you guys see that the track is just kind of joining up to it. And Miss Wanda, again, you'll get the replay because I did see your name on the list. So don't worry about it. At least you will be able to watch this. And you don't have to necessarily have Google, because the way I'm going to send it to you guys, you'll be able to watch it as many times as you want. Okay. But I just want to say, I'm really proud of everybody, even the people who are on live, especially those people who stayed to the end. Originally we started out with more people, but that's okay. But let this year be about showing up for yourself. A lot of times we say things, and I'm not sure like who your motivational people are that you guys listen to, but I listen to Eric Thomas. I love him because like he's so rough, but he speaks my language, and it just works for me. He may be too rough for some people, but I love it. And he's just honest. And I was listening to something yesterday, and he was saying, what is it that you will sacrifice to put yourself in a better position? Like, what is it, we say, we want certain things, but it's somebody else who's really sacrificing to get those things, and give it 120%. That's what he say. Are you really giving whatever it is that you want so badly your all? Or are you just saying it's what you want? Again, big shout out to my EA, Trisha. She is here. She's in the Philippines, and they're on a 12-hour difference from us, you guys. So like right now for Trisha, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. And I just want to say thank you. Like, I appreciate all of that. So I appreciate you guys showing up for yourselves. It's important, man. I'm telling you. Because if you don't show up for yourself, nobody else gonna show up for you. You say, oh, I want to make 6 figures. Well, it ain't just gonna happen because you made a prayer to God. Trust me. Because if it did, then we all be rich by now. You gotta put the action in and create a plan and do it. I'm telling you. And just like I got down here to Texas, I promise I had not made one sale. I had my website 3 years, you guys, 3 years. And it was working for me for people finding us online, but I didn't even have no products on there. I didn't know what I was doing, right? When I got to Dallas, I mean, I already pretty much, I had it set up, but I wasn't making no sales on it though. When I got to Dallas, I was like, I got to do this. I'm here now. What am I going to do? You know what I'm saying? It was like, it was too late to just talk about it at that point. It was like, what am I going to do? And like I said, I put my foot to the metal and I started making it happen. And it's not going to come easy, but I swear if you just continue to do it, just like anything else, like some of you guys probably have, I feel like I work with some of the smartest women, like Black women are amazing anyway. But some of you guys may have degrees, you may have certificates in different fields or whatnot, but you showed up here today for a reason. And maybe it's just to make your own wigs. Like I know Xandra says she wants to be able to make her own wigs. She spends a lot of money on hair, and she's like, if I could just learn how to make my wigs, I would be good, So maybe that's why you're here. But whatever it is, you showed up for yourself. And yeah, just make 2023 the best year ever. Tell you, the best year ever. So I'm just going to the end. And again, I'm just going around the track, you guys. I'm not going through the track. I'm going around the track. When I get to the end, I'm going to make sure I pull that T-pin out. And we're going to continue to sew up under the track. Now that we are at the edge like this, we're going to sew back a little bit, okay? Because we don't, remember I said, we don't want to leave the knot on the edge, right? So we're going to sew back some. We're going to make sure that we kind of got to wrap it around because we're going back the other way. So it's not that easy for us to create our loop, but that's okay. So we're going to wrap it around. Just because we're going back the opposite way. That's why we got to do that. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create our knot. So we're going to go through and we're going to take our thread from our loop and we're going to go around 1, 2, 3. Pull it through. Tighten. Now you got your knot. All right. You don't remember? Well, I could have sworn I sent you an email. I'll look in there though. Remember when I said, unless I just was looking at the name wrong, when I was like, I said you purchased products too, and you was like, I did what? Because I was surprised when I seen your name on there, and I was like, Miss Wanda want to know how to sell wigs. So yeah, but I'll look on there and make sure. But I did send you an email. So if it wasn't you, then maybe it was somebody else and your name is Wanda. But I thought it said Wanda King. I just knew I had to get those emails out to everybody. I know Miss Dorothy, she was saying that she didn't get her email, and I was like, check and make sure. She messaged me back and she said she did get it. So I wanted to make sure everybody had what they needed. So I'm doing the same thing with this thread. I'm creating an X, just like that. And I take the needle and I go in on the back side. Pull it. All right, we got a knot. We're going to do that the same way back around the other way. Let me plug my phone up. Trying to go there. Oh, yeah. All right. So again, and even if you're not interested in the ebooks, you guys, if you don't mind just still leaving me a review, it would definitely help me out. I appreciate it. But if you are interested in the ebooks, again, you will get the 30% off with the review. But either way, I just asking for the support. The feedback would be really good too. And you can send me a message, to tell me what we could possibly do better for another live stream class. It's a little different when you do the live stream because it's like you don't know what could go wrong, like how the signal was kind of dropping, little things like that. Versus when I recorded, I got a little bit more control over it. So definitely feel free to inbox me and let me know, what you like, what you didn't like, what we could do better for future. But don't leave that on the review, though. Send that to me personally. You leave me a review. I'm not saying you just gonna only leave me good stuff, but try to help your girl out. All right. And again, for those who took the class from A to Z, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. feel free to send me pictures of y'all wigs. Like, I want to see y'all progress. I'm telling you, like, and don't be afraid to mess up. Like, don't be afraid to get in there, because sometimes, like I said, because I do suffer from anxiety, like sometimes I can psych myself out. Like, every time it comes to time for me to do a frontal, oh my God, y'all should see me. I'll be like, it'll take me 3 days to get my mind together to do the frontal. And I'll be like, because I don't like doing them. And it's not because I don't know how, it's just I just don't really care for doing them. But I do get orders for them. So I mean, what am I gonna do, right? Unless I just decide that I'm not gonna offer them, but I don't think that I'm gonna do that. So, don't let your if you do like suffer from anxiety, or just, what did my business coach, she calls it something self-sabotaging. Like, if you suffer from something like that, I may have to come in and put a track right here. I feel like I might need another track right there. And that's okay. Like, if you got a space that's a little too big, then you might need another track. Yeah, I'm gonna put another track in there just because this space right here, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna sew it down. And I'll just make sure that the track is like right next to it, so it'll be fine. Because you don't want to be trying to pull it up like too much. Like, you want it to lay where it needs to lay. You don't want to over stretch your closure like that. Yeah, because that would be too much space, and then that would start to make it bulk too. So yeah, I'll put another track in there. We'll be pretty much good to go. And it's just really a small space. It's not much, but I don't want that space at all. Oh, also, let me say this, because I did say about the vendor list. I mean, when we was talking about the vendor list, with that 30% off, that's on the vendor list too. So if that's something that you might be interested in, leaving a review would get you 30% off of the vendor list too as well. Because the vendor list is basically an ebook, because it has everything in there. I also give you details of the supplier or the particular vendors, you know, because they're all kind of different. I'm telling you, what I like to get from them, and certain things like that. So yeah. So yeah, you could use that 30% off of the ebooks, the vendor list, and the digital products. However, I just don't have a lot of digital products right now, but as we go through the year, we'll start getting more, and we'll start building on to what we have, because I feel like the only one that I really have available um, at this time is, I have a silk press, 30-minute silk press ebook, digital download, and then we have the replay, and we also have the styling course that's available online too as well. So get it while it's hot, y'all. And the Google review, the review will be to leave it on Google. Okay, so I'm doing the same thing over here, you guys. Remember, I said once I get to the end, I'm not going to create any knots on the end of the unit, because we don't want the customer to, her styling utensils to get stuck into the knot. So we go back off the hairline as such, doing the same thing. We still creating that loop. Like, I know these threads are so small that you can't really see the loop, but for those people who've seen the cap resizing, it's still the same exact stitch. Okay. It's the same exact stitch. So I came back a little bit off the edge. I'm gonna come back just a little bit more. I'm just funny like that. And we're gonna go around 3 times, 3 to 4 times with our thread, 2, 3, and then we'll pull it through. Now, for those of you who want to stay on and ask questions, you can. I'm gonna sew this last track on, and then we're done. So if you guys have any questions, I guess this is the time to go ahead and ask. Turning hair is beautiful fashion. What kind of hair is that? It's pretty. It's top version Brazilian hair. And funny enough, you know, they have like all these different textures, Brazilian, Malaysian. I work with one of my raw vendors, and well, no, this is one of my luxury supply vendors, and they were telling me that their Brazilian hair is actually better than the Indian hair because the Indian hair is not as full or, you know, like dense or whatnot. The Indian hair is more lighter hair, if that makes sense. And you can definitely tell a difference in the quality of it when you use it. So I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that though, because you know I always heard originally people were like going crazy over the Indian hair, and they'd be like, uh, no, I want Indian hair. And then when she said that, she was like, oh, well, the Brazilian hair is actually better. You can color it because I guess the Indian hair, by it being so thinner in texture, it makes sense. It's almost like using black people's hair. If you was to use a black person's hair, it can hold a little bit more, you know. So, oh my God, okay, whatever. But this is just a body wave texture. And this is the texture. This is the hair that the luxury units are made out of. And of course, I have the everyday wear units, which the hair on those units are still very good. I don't want like people to get misunderstood to think that it's not. This is just a higher quality of texture here. So let me show you guys the inside of my unit. So this is what my unit looks like on the inside. Stitchings are on point, baby. Okay. And I'm just about to go in. So this is a space that I was talking about that I really don't care for. I'm just gonna go in and sew one more track on the inside of that space right there. And actually, look at God. That track fits perfectly. Okay. So this is the time that you guys can ask questions, whatever it is that you want to ask me. For those people who may be on a Google Meet, you can come off of mute. If you want to be more vocal with what you want to ask and you don't necessarily want to type it in. We family now, y'all. So don't be afraid to ask a question. I will say this, more than likely, whatever question it is that you may have, somebody else wants to ask it, but they may just not, you know, they may be too afraid to ask it. Oh, there's something else that we got to do though. So don't leave it. Don't leave it. Because we didn't talk about that strap. We got to talk about the inside of that strap, baby. Because that's going to be key. All right. Let's talk about that strap. Let me sew this track on right quick. And then we can talk about that strap. I almost forgot. Strap and combs. We can't forget the combs because this is custom, baby. This is what we do. You want to make sure that you have your combs inside, baby. So let's sew this track on right quick though. Let me put this track in here. And this is stuff that you can do at the end, like where you be like, oh, okay, well, I see it's a little space right here. Be particular about the stuff that you do. I'm telling you, like, that's what's gonna keep people with shopping with you when they be like, oh, okay, this is a well constructed wig. Now I know you guys can't see that, but I'm doing literally the same thing that I did before. I'm just going in and just so I'm tracking. I really want to show y'all about the band and stuff. I'm glad that y'all didn't get off because I almost forgot. Lift that up. Did y'all enjoy yourself today? Was it a good class or what? Because it was a good class to me. I'm like, we done did that. We did that, y'all. Y'all got no questions? Now I know y'all gonna be messaging me. Y'all better ask some questions. Which I want to ask. Somebody gonna be messaging me soon as we get off the live. Like, so y'all got questions? No? Nobody. We got 30 people. Nobody got no question. Great class. I don't see on Google where I can leave a review. Trisha, did you drop the link in there? If you go to Google and you type in Hair Rich Club, then it should bring the business up. And then from there, you can just scroll right over to where it says reviews. And if you click it, that's how you leave one. Come on, click that. Yours is private. Okay. You something else. Can you drop it again for us, please, Trisha? Thank you. Okay, so when you get done making your wig, you need to come in. This is one thing that I almost forgot, y'all. I can't be forgetting this stuff. You want to come in and you want to cut the inside of it out. You want to be careful when you cut the inside of this out to not cut too close to the lace or your stitching. So you want to make sure that you keep your hand inside of there so that you don't cut too close, okay? It's okay if it's got a little bit of material left on there. You just don't want it to be like a whole lot. But you don't want to cut too close because if you cut the thread or the lace, then that could be a mess. So take your time. Okay. And when it comes to lace tint, you guys know that I have my own lace tint. It's called Melanin. It is available on my website and you can purchase it. I had my suppliers formulate that. We did 31 testings for that lace tint because it wasn't right. And I was like, yeah, that's not what we want. Trisha, can you drop the link to the Google review one more time in the Google Meet chat, please? So let's see what somebody said. She said leave a review and screenshot it via Facebook and Instagram, and I'll send you your code. And she actually put the link on Facebook, but can you drop it again in our Google Meets chat, please? Okay, so let's talk about our band. Trying to think. I think I'm gonna sew the combs on right quick first, and then we'll sew the band up. So we're going to use 3 combs. And I'm about to show you guys. I didn't attach the combs on the Amazon link, but I will go back there and update it because I just now thought about it. Like I don't think I put combs on there, but I'll go back and add that. That's the link. Xandra and anybody else who wants to go ahead and leave a review, feel free to. So when we do our combs, of course we know that we have 2 sides. So we got this side and this side, right? And we got a back. Okay. First things first, let's do the back comb first, which is why I said we're not going to sew anything right here because that's where our comb is going to go. So these are the combs that we're going to use. They're like the little combs you can just insert to kind of slide in the hair. Make sure you take your thread, put your thread around in the back of the machine, and make sure that you pull it out, you guys. That's going to be very crucial because if you don't, it'll just keep coming out like it was doing the second time. Go ahead, put your unit under there. Now you want to make sure that you move that hair out the way. Like if you ever happen to sew on the hair, it's okay. You can always come back and like kind of pull it out, but it's just better if it's kind of like not in the way, right? So we're going to put our first, let me show you before I do it. We're going to put our first comb right in the middle because remember this V shape is the middle and it's the back. We're going to put one comb here. That's our first one. And if you have a tag, this is where you can sew the tag on right here, right? You got that space. But the best way I found to do the comb is to use a straight stitch. And the reason is because when you use the zigzag stitch, what happens, it starts to like, it hits these combs, and what happens, you can break your needle. Now, luckily, we didn't break a needle, and let me not speak too soon because just my luck, we may break a needle, but if we do, then we'll just have to replace it. I use universal needles. The needles are on there. I got like a whole pack of them. And denim needles are also good, but you got to make sure that they're small. Okay, so the hair is out the way. I got my foot. I can start sewing. I'm doing the same exact thing, you guys. Like when you start sewing, you need to go in reverse as well. Okay. So I'm going forward. I'm going reverse. Then I start sewing again. And I'm using a straight stitch. Try to make sure that that's on there like I need it. Go back. If it gets off a little bit, just make sure you put it back under there, y'all. Don't let this machine, whatever you do, don't let the machine control it. Lift it up, pull it out to the side. So we got one comb sewed on. We said custom, right? This is custom. These are the things that you want to have when you make your wig. Some people don't want combs. Like, granted, you really don't need combs when you have like a good custom fit, but unless they tell you they don't want them, then put them on there. So then for our next comb, we're going to put it right here in this area. Right here. So it's going to be close to the closure, but not exactly at the top. So you want to come down just a little bit. I would say maybe like a ½ an inch or so. And you put one there. And then you're going to do the same one on the other side, coming down a little bit. And you put the other one there. All right. Now, the thing is, what you want to do, when you go in to put that comb in, what I like to do is I like to kind of, I separate the hair because you're going to be sewing on top of the tracks that you already have. So you kind of want it to be separated out in there so that you're just not like intentionally like sewing the hair. And if you want, you could part it or whatnot, but I usually just take my finger, depending on how particular you are, but I usually just take my finger and I separate it, right? So now I kind of got a front and a back or a left and a right, and my hair is separated down the middle. I take it, and again, you got to control what you're doing, y'all. I take it, and I slide it up under there. Get it up under there. I'm going to leave that space up there, like that 1.5 inch space. I'm going to take my comb, place my comb down there, drop my lever, drop my needle in. Come in for y'all because I'm not that close. Okay. Straight stitch. Start to sew, rewind back. Continue to sew. Rewind when you get to the end, come back to the edge. Pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory, right? but it's all about placement. Okay, look at that. Y'all remember that other cap I showed y'all? It'll look just like it came out the hair store. Trust me. Because like I said, the dome caps are good to use, but the other caps, they have adjustable straps on them. And unless a person is doing like a universal style, if you did like a particular certain look, you wouldn't be able to twist and turn it anyway. You wouldn't want to because it would look crazy. Going in, now this is what I mean. This is why you want to separate the hair, because then after that, you can come back in and just close that section down. Okay. Like it was never there. Like it's not a comb there. Okay. We're going to do the same thing on this side. My last wig. You something else, Miss Wanda. So it's too long, but you love it. You love it in the back, but it's too long in the back. You know, it's crazy though, because I thought that it was going to be too short because I cut it more because I know you. I'm like, she be saying she wants these inches, but she ain't about that life. She ain't about that life. Do you have somebody down there that you could just take it to? Because it's just a simple trim. You probably don't even need much off of it. You could just trim it some in the back. So I'm just taking it, y'all, and I'm just going to section it. And I'm, like I said, I'm just using my finger. Okay. See how I'm sectioning it right there? Bam. Then I'm going to take it. So when I section it, I'm also making sure that I'm putting it under the sewing machine that same way. Okay. So we're going to come down about a ½ inch and we're going to put our other one. Hold on, yeah. Okay, drop it down. Put your needle in. Go ahead and sew to the front, then to the back, then sew to the front. Do the same thing. Make sure you sew to the back again. Now we got our other comb on. Look at that. It's falling in place, right? Your last wig was way too long. Oh my God. Oh, you responded to her? Yeah, Xandra, she like them long. Longer the better, baby. See, I'm both. I'm like, I can do long, but I do really feel like I look better with short hair because it like shows my face. But I like both though. It's funny because I used to, I don't know, like I can't really kind of say what type of girl I was. I used to do both anyways, but I do like short hair now. Okay. So look, now we got 3 combs. Check that out, right? So when we put this strap in, it's a measurement that you want to use, and I'm about to show you. Right quick. How you are going to get that strap measurement. Okay. Let's turn my camera. Okay. So I ain't taking my wig off to show y'all this, but it's pretty easy. Find my measurement tape. Okay, so to get that strap measurement, and this is gonna be for frontals too. If you wanted to get the strap measurement, you want to measure from ear to ear. So we're gonna go, this is gonna be like from the front of your ear, right? My ear's so small, yeah. So we're gonna go from the front of one ear, and I pretty much know my measurement, but I'm just kind of trying to show y'all what it would look like. We're gonna go from the front of one ear to the other side of the ear. And my measurement is 11. Okay. Don't be shy. Yeah, right. They ain't gonna be screenshot me on here. Nice try. So I'm at 11, right? So this strap is like a 13 and a half. So since I'm an 11, I know for sure that I need to remove 2 inches of the strap. Now, because this strap is adjustable, I could just make this an 11 and be done with it. Okay. But if you don't have this adjustable strap, listen to what I just said. Because this strap is adjustable, I can make it an 11 and be done with it, because the customer would have the flexibility to make this smaller, right? But if you don't have the adjustable and you just have an elastic band, you should, so if your measurement is 11, take 1 inch off and make it a 10. Make your band a 10. Okay? Did I get y'all? Y'all got me? Y'all with me? If you measure 11 and you don't have an adjustable, make it a 10. And if you do have the adjustable, you could just make it an 11, because what happens is they'll be able to adjust it with this. So with that being said, I'm gonna make this an 11. And I don't know why I feel like I thought it was a 12, but we're gonna make it an 11. And I want to keep this shorter side. I want to keep this shorter side on here the longest. So I'm gonna cut this side that's longer. I'm gonna cut it right here. So it'll be 11. Still a little longer than 11. Cut a little bit more of it off. Hold on, you guys. Okay, so I'm gonna go from there to there. It's an 11 now. Time my camera. And you got 1 or 2 options. If you want to hand sew this, you can hand sew it. I don't really ever hand sew mine, but if you want to, you can. This is pretty much just gonna go right after that comb there. So we got comb and comb, and we're gonna go right there to that next track, right there. All right, we're just gonna sew it on. Now, what I noticed about this strap, it inserts, right? So be particular about when you insert. You can insert down, or it could insert up, but I would think that we should insert down. And I found that out recently. But either way, it'll still go in. But I'm just saying, you want to make it down. Okay, so let's go here. I'm going to put my finger in because I'm moving that hair out the way, because I'm not sewing that hair. I'm going to sew it directly on the bar of the wig cap, right? If you were using the other one, you just sew it right there on the edge. All right. Yeah, Brunella, she trying to set me up. Miss White, I thought we had something going on. Now I'm starting to question your loyalty to me. Talk about don't be shy. Yeah, right. You something else. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead. We're gonna put this here. I'm gonna cut those frazzles off. So the strap is like, the additional strap is like your hold on, I had to turn it the wrong way. Please pay attention when you are doing this, because I had to turn it the wrong way. And you definitely don't want to sew it on backwards, that's for sure. Now, With this, you can do a straight stitch or you can do a zigzag. It's totally up to you. It doesn't matter to me. Hold on. Why are they moving? There you go. But you want to do the same thing. You want to go front to back, back to front again, and back. You got to lock it in. You always got to do front, back, because that's how you're going to lock it in. Okay. All right. So we are at the end. We got this other side to sew on. If you guys don't have any questions, then after we get done, then I'll just be tuning out. But this is the time. If you got questions, please ask them now or forever hold your peace. Okay, we're gonna do the other side. Remember, I said I'm going right there under the wig comb. I'm going right there where the next track is. I'm gonna sew it right there on this particular cap. Put it under there. All right. Y'all got questions? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? No questions? Got questions? No? Okay. Well, we done with our wig making class. We got combs in the inside. And again, like I said, if you want to do your tag, if you have a tag, you can put your tag right there. You got a space to put your tag. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm looking over here at the chat. Nobody got questions? I will go over here. But I think we good. All right, so I appreciate you guys tuning in. It was a pleasure. Don't forget to leave us a review. And if you are interested in the ebooks or any other the replays or things like that, you can use that 30% off. Just send me a screenshot of you leaving your review, and I'll go ahead and get that code out to you guys. I appreciate y'all. Love, peace, and hair grease. I'm out of here. Peace.